Thank you, everybody, for your patience tonight. We had some technical difficulties, which resulted in a delay for us to get started. But this board meeting for the Board of Education for February 23rd, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28, and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Welcome to tonight's board meeting. Board Policy 1.20.010-PV1A states that the board shall elect one of its members as board chair and one of its members as board vice chair at such times and for such periods as follows. At the first regular meeting in January, for the period from such election until the election of the succeeding chair or vice chair, as the case may be, at the first regular meeting in the succeeding July. We, however, decided in January to postpone the board leadership vote until after the board had an opportunity to really deeply discuss the topic of leadership, the topic of how people are elected, and how white supremacy is showing up in our systems and behaviors. We did this at our retreat this past Saturday, and we considered ways to make pathways to board leadership more transparent and more inclusive. And on Saturday, we discussed various ideas on leadership and how we as a board can make known our desire to step into a role as board chair and board vice chair. Our wonderful team, led by Michelle DePass with Director Brim Edwards and Director Bailey, will be working on further developing this model for our April retreat, so that for our July elections, we have a very clear and transparent way of moving forward with leadership. As we live into these changes around leadership, we're moving from a nominations model to a declaration model. And in the future, we plan to hold declarations of candidacies separately from board votes. For tonight, however, they are simultaneous. So I state now that I would like to continue as chair. Are there any other declarations tonight for chair?
So I'm sorry. I'm not, don't worry, I'm not making a declaration, but I just had a question. So when you do a declaration, do you have a second, or is it just I'm sorry, this is a different process.
This is new. So I'm going to declare, and then I will ask for a motion and a second. So it's a little bit of a funky process. So instead of a declaration, instead of a nomination, it's just a declaration of interest, and then moving the motion forward to second and adopt. So if there are multiple people who declare, we'll move forward a resolution, and then we'll discuss it and land on one name to put in the resolution, and then vote on that resolution. So that's how it'll move forward. Sort of like with the nominations process, but instead of nominations, declarations. All right, do I have a motion?
Chair Lowry, I just want to thank you and thank my colleagues on the board for considering moving this item to the beginning of the agenda rather than the very end, considering that this is a time when if people are going to be on the call, they're going to be on the call up front, and it brings a little bit more transparency to the process, and that it's happening, at 6:05 rather than at midnight. So I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues to come up with a way that not only increases our transparency, but also creates a situation for our, diverse board members that we will, maybe see in the future.
All right, are there any other declarations? Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6248, election of board chairperson?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Brim Edwards moves and Director Constam seconds adoption of resolution 6248. Is there any board discussion?
Hear, hear.
Thank you for your willingness, Chair Lowry, to serve again. And I think this is really an important moment for leadership in our district. I think we're struggling with some of the most challenging issues this school district has faced perhaps ever, as we move into our next budget cycle and as we deal with all the intricacies of how we safely reopen our schools. I think leadership at the board level is really critical because there are a lot of policy and budget decisions wrapped up in all of this. So thank you for your willingness to serve, and I think we have some hard work ahead of us all.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very challenging time, as we know from looking at our staff members' capacity, as we talked about last night, and the levels of burnout we're seeing. Is there any further board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on resolution 6248, election of board chairperson. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All
Yes.
opposed, sorry. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6248 is approved by a vote of 7-0. Are there any declarations for vice chair?
I would declare my interest. Or my candidacy. Is that the right term?
I'm not sure. This is all new for all of us. We're figuring it out together. Are there any other declarations? Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6249, election of board vice chairperson?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves and Director Brim Edwards seconds the resolution adoption of resolution 6249. Is there any board discussion?
Why was I not permitted to vote on the last resolution?
I think, Nathaniel, I'm not sure that the student rep officially votes on the board election, but I think you're very welcome to note your opinion on it for the record if you would like.
It's just I remember voting the first time around.
All right.
I also think if that's the case, that's something that we should look at changing as we revisit this question around board leadership elections. I'd like to see that changed.
Right,
Let's get Nathaniel's
Yeah.
decision on each of these resolutions, and we will be sure that we have that more buttoned down the next time.
So Student Representative Shu, how do you vote on resolution 6248?
Well, I
That's
was
fair.
going to abstain on both either way because as I was excluded from the conversation regarding the process, the DSC, and I don't feel comfortable making a determination.
Okay. So is there any further board discussion on resolution 6249, election of board vice chairperson? I do just want to say that it's been a pleasure serving with Scott, and that I knew him as a nice guy that I served with on the board, but we've really developed a relationship of trust where we can kind of hold one another accountable and have difficult conversations and help each other be better. So that's been a really wonderful partnership. And so deeply appreciate his willingness to call me on crap when it needs to be called, and his receptivity for me to do the same with him.
And I would just say thank you for stepping into this very difficult year. And I think all of us on the board, for both the chair and vice chair, are interested in making sure that the next 6 months are successful. So please call on us to help in any way that we can.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on resolution 6249, election of board vice chairperson. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed?
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6249 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Shu voting.
Abstain for the same reason.
All right, thank you all. We begin with the board consent agenda.
Hey, Chair Lowry, can I ask, I think at our retreat, it was determined that Director DePass, Director Brim Edwards, and Director Bailey were going to look at these election processes. So can I ask you guys to get with Liz around this student rep, both participation in the vote, but also whether there are barriers to our student rep holding a leadership position? If you could look at that,
Absolutely.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I think student voice is really important. It's very important, always has been. And I would love to, yes, we will add that to the list of topics that we'll discuss.
Thank you.
And I would also really appreciate not being excluded in these conversations going forward and being permitted to attend retreats when such topics are being discussed, given the great consequence.
And I think that by policy, the subject matter where the student representative is excluded is very narrow to generally limited to personnel issues. So I think
This was the student rep had not attended the first two retreats, and so was not included on this one. And I think that was an oversight.
Oh,
So
I was not invited to either of those either.
right. So I think because they're the board's self-evaluation process. So we will have further conversations about inclusion of Nathaniel in the April retreat at this point, to see what is permitted and what we need to do going forward to make sure student voice is elevated. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the consent agenda now.
Nathaniel, thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate it. It's really important.
If there are any items you'd like to pull, we will set those aside for discussion and vote at the end of the meeting. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No. So Chair Lowry, I have I don't want to poll for separate vote, but I do have one agenda item that from the consent agenda after it's been moved, just to raise.
Great. Awesome. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I would potentially like to pull, I didn't see that it had its own number on the expenditure contracts, but it's the contract for the swings CTE space at Marshall High School. I have some outstanding questions about that.
Okay, the Cedar Mill construction advance authorization, that
That's
one?
correct. Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and pull that from resolution 6242 for now. Any other items to pull? All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any, let's see, I lost my place. We need to move the consent agenda as amended. Do I have a motion and second for the?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Brim Edwards moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda?
Yes, I have a question about the Heritage Conservation Group contract.
Director
Miss
Edwards, Roseanne, could we ask Chief Dan Young to join?
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is the contract for the removal of the murals from Grant High School. Earlier the last 2 years has been a discussion about this, and the decision was made to remove them. And some community members had been concerned that when they were going to be removed, that they would be destroyed. Mr. Young, could you explain this process of what's going to happen with the murals when they're taken down? Which, by the way, I agree with the decision to be taken down. I think it would be good for the community to understand. So there were people who didn't want to have them taken down, but to understand what the district is going to do in the process in the removal.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, they will most definitely will not be destroyed. So the contract before you tonight is for the Heritage Conservation Group, and that is to remove the murals. So what they will do is they will erect scaffolding. They will very carefully remove the murals and the pieces in which they were put up. I think it was 8 total pieces. And then they will preserve them in separate crates for storage and transportation. Options from there really are 2 disposition options. The district can either sell them once they are down, or they can donate them. In our conversations with the art community, there hasn't been any obvious potential buyers that are out there. That is a process that we could go through. And if there were not any buyers, we could, of course, then donate those pieces. And so that's a decision that is still yet to be made. But what it is clear is that they are going to be removed. They're going to be preserved.
And this is a firm that has a specialized expertise in the removal of art.
Yes, that is correct. They are a very reputable material conservation firm. They do a lot of this kind of work, particularly in this area. They're actually also very familiar with PPS's works as well. So they're a good firm to do this work.
Thank you.
So may I ask about this? So they're going to be either sold, or the options are selling or donating. I mean, they could be kept in storage, or they could be donated. Are you thinking the Oregon Historical Society or City Archives, or, it'd be nice to, have them on display somewhere.
Yeah, it's a great question. We've talked to a number of different potential places, and there have been different organizations that said that they would be willing to accept them as a donation. We would go through a process of how we would do that. So we haven't made that final determination yet. And to be honest, offhand, I can't remember all who we have talked to, but that is a viable option of donating that to a company that will ultimately display them.
Yeah, I mean, even the Portland Art Museum has a very robust Native American,
right,
Pacific Northwest Native collection. That might look at taking it and also have the means to maintain it.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we've had conversations. I'm pretty sure we've had conversations with Portland Art Museum and some other ones. I just can't recall specifically who they were offhand.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I had. And again, I agree with the decision to take them down.
Yes, same here, and it's good to know that it will be restored by really good folks working on it.
Any further board discussion on the consent agenda? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
The board will now vote on resolutions 6241 through 6247.
Chair Lowry, just a second. Since that one expenditure contract that I have a question about doesn't have its own item number, is it or is it not excluded from this slate that we are voting on right now?
It is excluded from this slate. We have removed the Cedar Mill construction advance authorization. That was removed from resolution 6242.
Okay,
So,
great. Thank you.
yes. So it will be resolution 6241 through 6247 as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Did I already ask that? Okay. The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, we turn, go ahead.
Chief Young, it looks like you'll be making a second appearance later in the night.
Or maybe right now.
I am ready whenever, and I've even got some friends to bring along.
Okay. So thank you, Dan. I want to apologize to staff for not submitting questions sooner than earlier this afternoon regarding this contract. Although this, as Dan well knows, this is something that I have tracked and asked a lot of questions about over time. I think this project was initially budgeted and forecasted about $2 million. It appears here with this advance authorization at $3.5 million. And a couple of my questions are, one, how much of that is for actual equipment or FF&E that will have enduring value and be moved to Benson potentially, or is this all just for the structure itself and this temporary swing use?
So Director Constam, our practice has been that when we pull items from the consent agenda, we take those to the end of the meeting so that we can proceed with our student and public comment. So I'll ask you to hold those questions to the end of the meeting, and we'll get Dan Young back when we're at that time. And we'll go ahead and move on with our student and public comment right now. Is that cool?
Well,
Sorry, Dan.
that means staff has to hang around.
Superintendent, what would you like us to do? Because I want to make sure we're honoring staff time.
Whatever suits the chair, staff will wait until the appropriate moment. We can take it up later.
Okay. Let's go ahead and turn now to student and public comment. Before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for comment. We thank the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. And our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony, and we request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Again, that's public comment, all one word, at pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment?
We do. We have Alex Groom.
Put your camera back on. You're on mute.
All right, Alex, we can hear you, and I think you're all set to go.
Hello, my name is Alex Groom, Groom. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a 5th grader at Access Academy. Your plan for the hybrid model doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't give the students who need the most support what they need first. Number 1, they need to be safe. Number 2, they need more help from teachers. A lot of kids who need more help might live with people who have health problems. If those people get COVID, they could get really sick or die from it. Why aren't you thinking about those people? A lot of kids who need more help might already have pretty big bubbles because they live with a lot of people in the same house, or maybe the adults work in places that aren't that safe. There are a lot of ways they could get COVID. Your plan says families can choose to do in-person school or online school, but what happens to the kids that stay home? Do they just watch their teacher teach the other students? How does that give kids what they need to learn? How does that give them more support from their teachers when the teacher is split between paying attention to the kids in the classroom and the kids on their computer screen? COVID is nearly in control in Oregon, under control. But we need more people to have a chance to get the vaccine. If we start in-person school before, more people can get the vaccine and more people could die when cases spike again. Your plan seems too complex. It will be a big hassle for some families who are in a routine now to redo all of that for just 2 hours a day. It would be good to see my friends in person, and I miss them a lot, but right now it just seems too risky. If waiting a bit longer makes it so other people can get what they need to be safe and learn, I'm okay with that. And I think a lot of other students would be too. Here's what I think makes the most sense. Make sure the kids who need the most help get it in a safe way. You could hire more teachers to do work with kids online. You could do more limited in-person instruction for kids whose families are okay with in-person school. No matter what you do, just think about the kids who need the most help first. Make sure you are thinking about them and keeping them safe and learning before anything else. Thank you for your time and doing all you can to support students during CDL.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Elliot Knopp.
Good evening. My name is Elliot Knopp, N-O-P-P. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a senior at Franklin High School. I testified a year ago in regards to student engagement and climate justice. I'm here today to continue the conversation, specifically around the high school climate justice elective. I was told there would be student involvement every step of the way, and was thrilled to see this realized in the Curricular Design Institute for the class over the summer. There were a variety of students who worked hard and brought their valuable perspective alongside other teachers and administrators. A key reason that engagement was so high was because we were getting paid. When the institute ended in July, their work was nowhere close to over, but student involvement dropped drastically. This was because we were no longer getting paid for our continuing work, even though all the adults were. Only a couple of other students and I showed up to these later meetings, and it was clear that student involvement was no longer being prioritized. At the beginning of February, the climate justice class launched at Franklin. So along with the 3 other Franklin students and our teacher, I continued what I signed up for, being involved every step of the way. The other students and I work on the class daily. developing lesson plans, leading discussions, and constructing slideshows for our class. This was the work that we knew came along with the job that we were hired for over the summer, but PPS has been making our job harder. It has taken a month to gain editing access to Canvas, so it has only been operational this week, and we've been denied access to the @PPS email accounts that were created for us over the summer. Reactivating those accounts would fix the issues with Canvas, as well as make our Google Meet classes run a lot smoother. All of these problems make it seem like PPS does not value student involvement like you did over the summer. This is furthered by the lack of compensation for our work. Already this month, everyone on my team has put in over 40 hours into making this class powerful and engaging for the students. Luckily, the other 3 students and I are so passionate about this that we've been willing to continue the work without compensation or help from PPS. But if you truly value student involvement and want students to feel encouraged to participate, the culture of compensating students for their work needs to emerge. This is why the Design Institute over the summer was so successful, because we were getting paid. The lack of pay also becomes an equity concern when students who want to participate in activities with the district, like climate justice, can't because they have to do work to make money. This has already been a concern with the students on my team who need to make money and are forced to prioritize a job over working on the class. I appreciate all that PPS has done over the past year to engage with students, but there is still a lot that needs to be done before our voices can really feel heard. Thank you so much for listening, and good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Andy Jacob.
Hi, I'm Andy Jacob, a parent of 2 second graders at Bridger and a member of the Southeast Guiding Coalition. Wanted to thank those of you who took the time to read the questions about phase 2 from me and 17 other coalition members. And our offer in that letter still stands to discuss those with you anytime would be helpful. My colleague Beth and I had planned to highlight some of the issues we raised in that letter, but in light of last night's discussion, we thought it might be helpful to share a few thoughts about the idea of drastically narrowing phase 2 of the coalition's work. I really appreciated hearing from the superintendent about the district's urgent priorities over the next year and the concerns about spreading staff too thin. I actually used to do communications for the New York City school system, so I completely understand the tough trade-offs district leaders have to make in the best of times, much less in the middle of a pandemic. And with that said, I'm still asking you not to put the Southeast enrollment balancing work on the back burner. For starters, this work isn't a distraction from the district's important instructional initiatives. It's foundational. It's about creating the conditions in schools for those initiatives to succeed. Even the best curriculum is not going to work in a school that's too crowded to find enough classrooms to teach it in. And no plan for our middle schools is going to help a school that doesn't have the staff and the resources it needs because it's so under-enrolled. And on a more practical level, the toothpaste is already out of the tube here. You've already decided to open Kellogg and convert 5 K-8 schools this fall, which is going to create a set of under-enrolled K-5 schools, a brand new overcrowded middle school to go along with schools like Lane, like Whitman, like Woodmere that have been chronically under-enrolled for years. And again, these big imbalances are going to have real consequences for our most vulnerable students in a part of the city that's often been treated like an afterthought in these processes. And simply opening Harrison Park is not going to fix these inequities. It might actually exacerbate them and is going to require some tough decisions in the short run anyway, as Beth is going to explain in a moment. The reality is there's never going to be a perfect time to do this work. As Director Moore said last night, there's a reason that this particular can always seems to be the one that gets kicked down the road. It requires tough decisions that will make some school communities unhappy. That doesn't make the work any less essential. And the longer you wait to finally do it, and the more false starts that kind of pile up, the harder and more disruptive any solution is going to be. So for all those reasons, I'd urge you not to narrow the scope of the coalition's phase 2 work too drastically. At minimum, let us address the middle school imbalances across the region so that the district's middle school initiatives will be positioned for success in the years ahead, and set a clear timeline for any pieces you delay so that they don't drift indefinitely. I'm really confident the coalition can find solutions if the majority of the board has the political courage to let us try. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Kavanaugh.
Hi, I'm Beth Kavanaugh, C-A-V-A-N-A-U-G-H, she, her pronouns, and I'm also a parent member of the Southeast Guiding Coalition. Based on last night's work session, as Andy said, I'm going to lay out some examples of how opening Harrison Park forces many bigger questions that the coalition has asked the board to grapple with prior to phase 2. So immediately, converting Harrison Park to a middle school requires us to determine where the current K-5 students go. One option is the Clark Building, the current home of Creative Science School. This would require us to relocate and potentially reconfigure CSS. Focus option reconfiguration is not within the coalition's purview, so that would require staff and board decision-making. Relocation without configuration would require another school to be closed in order to make space. As was discussed last night, school closure in outer Southeast rather than boundary change holds our more affluent, whiter communities with robust or overcrowded schools in inner Southeast harmless, while displacing a diverse low-income community in outer Southeast. Another option would be moving Harrison Park's elementary program to a nearby school, like Bridger. This requires decisions about DLI program locations. In order to accommodate Harrison Park's K-5 students, almost all of Bridger's current students who've been in constant upheaval over the last 5 years while waiting for enrollment balancing to happen would need to move elsewhere. This requires guidance from the DLI department and targeted input from impacted communities about where Bridger's Spanish immersion program would then go. Then there's the issue of Harrison Park Middle School enrollment. If we begin only with current Harrison Park and Bridger neighborhood middle grades, Harrison Park would open with an enrollment of less than 30%. Adding surrounding schools, such as Vestal or Atkinson, requires us to carefully consider what we believe about split feeders. Adding one or the other of those schools would bring enrollment up to about 42%. Both gets us just over 60%. When Harrison Park opens, the single-strand Mandarin program will have reached 6th grade. This program is for neighborhood students, not open to kids across the district, and 50% of them are native Chinese speakers. Will PPS be able to staff a single grade of a single-strand DLI program at Harrison Park in 2020? Should that single class of 6th graders join the Mandarin program at Hosford, further reducing enrollment at Harrison Park? Should we consider moving Hosford's Mandarin program to Harrison Park? According to the most recent data, Hosford's program has 18% native speakers, none of whom reside in the Hosford neighborhood. So I don't say all of this to scare you off from reopening Harrison Park as a middle school in 2020. On the contrary, I don't think that's an option. And your phase 1 vote clearly shows that ensuring access to middle schools for Southeast students is your top priority. But I want you to recognize that focusing only on Harrison Park would have ripples far beyond that immediate community. And finally, to echo what Andy said, phase 2 needs to include Lane, Vestal, Whitman, and Woodmere, schools that have been dealing with dramatic under-enrollment long before this process began. Don't further exacerbate those inequities by limiting the process only to Kellogg and Harrison Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Michael Bauer.
There we go. Mike Bauer, B-A-U-E-R, he, him pronouns, member, St. John's and Roosevelt Community, teacher, Cleveland High School. Board member and superintendent, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As you may be aware, the athletic director at Roosevelt High School, Sanjay Betty, has been placed on paid administrative leave because of an alleged breach in COVID protocols. I might add this is a one-time breach of policy, which has resulted in weeks of paid administrative leave and a threat of termination. This is concerning in a couple fronts. Sanjay is a respected member of the Roosevelt community, which has been shown by the outpouring of support by parents, students, and staff, and their continued efforts to have him reinstated as athletic director. What is truly troubling about this situation is the district's quick move to possible termination of Sanjay. If there was evidence of repeated offenses by continually putting the safety of students and staff at risk, the district's actions might be justified, but this is the first alleged offense. At the January 26th board meeting, your body discussed the importance of returning students to buildings ASAP. With the return of students to the staff, with the return of students and staff to buildings, there will be breaches in COVID procedures. There will be positive COVID tests and possible COVID outbreaks. These scenarios are bad for all, but if the Sanjay principle is applied to staff who are supervising, will they suffer the same fate? Weeks of paid administrative leave and the possibility of termination. This is bad for all parties. Are school staff going to be treated similar to Sanjay? If the answer is yes, then the responsibility of COVID protocol accountability and ensuring student safety should reach beyond the building or field level. The decision makers who make the policy should also face a similar fate of Sanjay. As we move forward with the return of students to school, there may be other events similar to Sanjay's, and currently the response is discipline that is meted out in paid administrative leave with the threat of possible termination. Many of the teachers you are sending back into the buildings do not want to go because of health concerns for their communities they serve. They understand what is at stake. A COVID vaccination might protect the health of school workers, but it might not save their livelihood because of the breach of COVID protocol. All said, it is not the act of returning to school in person that I'm here to discuss. It's the district's response and actions regarding Sanjay. I urge you all, do not set a precedent and return Sanjay Bedi to his position of athletic director at Roosevelt High School. I also urge you to examine your policy in the event of a COVID incident so all those involved do not meet the same fate as Sanjay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Nadia Coronado.
Hello, my name is Nadia Coronado, last name Coronado. I go by she, her pronouns. I am a community member. I have 3 school-age children. I have been a member of the Sit-in community here in North Portland and St. John's for 8 years. I don't know if I said that. I wanted to start off my statement with some sobering statistics about the 500,000 people that we have now passed with COVID. I specifically want to talk about Oregon and how Oregon has the Hispanic Latinx population is 13%, and yet is 35% of the cases. I wanted to start off with that because I know, Superintendent, you often talk about our Black, Indigenous, and BIPOC families and communities and how important we and they are to you. And so I find as a parent, the survey that was sent to me by PPS in regards to starting hybrid and LIPI was incredibly misleading. When I said that I wanted my 3 children to stay with their teacher because it was very important, I did not mean that we should go into some kind of simulcast model and now force teachers to have to learn yet another new skill with just a few weeks left of the school year. And so I was very, very disappointed with that. And I see that we have reached, or the district has reached almost 59% of survey responses for a survey that was emailed. I know that there was some phone outreach, and I would like to take that 60% response rate and see how many of those were emailed responses and how many of those were phone responses, because who are the families that do not have email, are not checking email, cannot get that survey to work? I took the survey in Spanish. When I clicked on the hyperlink to see if I could understand what a hybrid model is, because nowhere in the survey did it say it was only going to be 2.5 hours. And I want my children back in person. I do. They want to see their friends. But nowhere in this survey did it say that school was only going to be for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It didn't say that at all. And when I clicked on the hyperlink in Spanish, it was the presentation in English only. So that wasn't there. And again, I say this, and my hope is that the district can ask teachers. Teachers are the ones who teach my children. Please talk to teachers, ask them what they need, ask them what's going to be helpful, because when I have been listening to the bargaining agreements and PPS district employees say, guess what? There is no change in having to write lesson plans if you're doing it online versus doing it in person. And when I hear that from people who are making decisions about what school will look like for my children, it worries me. And I just ask that you, as a district, please reach out to the teachers and figure out what is actually going to work, because the teachers are the ones who hear the parents and hear the families and what we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Wise.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Wise, W-Y-S-E. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the mother of a PPS third grader and kindergartner. I'm also a research assistant professor in the OHSU PSU School of Public Health, and I'm a PPS graduate. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So my comments are going to address two topics. The first is science, and the second is risk. So we know from evidence across the country and around the world that opening schools with basic precautions in place is safe. In a study in the Journal of Pediatrics, researchers at the Duke University School of Medicine tracked 90,000 students and staff across 11 school districts in North Carolina who were conducting in-person learning, particularly mostly hybrid. And across this 9-week period, they identified just 32 cases of COVID infection that were attributed to schools, within schools. That means that the likelihood of acquiring COVID within schools across the 9-week period was 0.035%. There were no cases of students passing COVID to staff. In a second study, researchers tracked COVID-19 transmission within public schools in rural Wisconsin over a 3-month period. Researchers identified 191 cases among students and staff. Only 7 were linked to in-school transmission. There were no staff infections reported. So this leads me to my second point. Is any risk too much? And I think we hear this language quite a bit. It would be reasonable to take a zero risk approach if school closure really meant zero risk. The fact is there are clear risks to children of maintaining school closure. These include significant learning loss, reading delay, chronic absenteeism, and disengagement in school. All of these are likely to exacerbate existing inequalities. There are also rising rates of depression and anxiety among children and adolescents. A recent CDC study reported a sharp rise in the proportion of childhood visits to the emergency room that were for mental health emergencies. There was a 24% increase among children aged 5 to 11 and a 31% increase among adolescents 12 to 17. So what does this look like for my families and families that I know? This looks like kids lying on the couch or in bed for hours at a time. It looks like refusal to go outside, refusal to get off the screen at the end of the day. Statements like, I hate school from kids who loved in-person school. It looks like sadness, irritability, anger, withdrawal. These are significant costs that we're experiencing right now, and they are likely to have long-term implications for children and for society. So given what we know about safety in school, returning kids to in-person school as soon as possible should be our #1 priority. And PPS is in a great position to open schools. Teachers are getting vaccinated, and we have the lowest rate of infection in the continental United States. So I want to say in conclusion, thank you to all PPS teachers and staff for your incredible hard work throughout this pandemic. And I hope that we can take these thoughts about science and risk forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With Eric Heppel.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Eric Heppel, H-A-P-P-E-L. I have 3 daughters in PPS, 11th grade, 9th grade, and 6th grade, and they've been in here since kindergarten. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am part of Ed 300 group advocating for opening schools. Today is the 348th day since we had a statewide closure of K through 12 schools. Today, 0% of PPS students have in-school options, while about 70% of US students have in-school options. Well, I was glad to hear Dr. Bird discuss K-12 opening for Q4. We want to make sure that this doesn't slip and we continue to push towards 5 days a week school as quickly as possible, like most of the rest of the United States has achieved. We learned last week that over 1 in 4 students are listed as chronic or severely absent from PPS classes. That's over 13,000 students not coming to school on a regular basis. These numbers are double what they were in September And for BIPOC students, English language learners, and students with disabilities, these rates are even worse. We also learned that 66% of PPS K through 5 grade families choose hybrid learning over CDL. They know that CDL is not working for them. We also know from overwhelming data that Jessica Wise, who is WISE, just shared that it is safe to open schools. We have had no deaths in Oregon for school-aged children since COVID began. There are similar low numbers for this in this age group across the US and world. We also know the transmission between student and teacher and student is very low, as Jessica Wise just shared. We also learned yesterday that PPS has bought 3,000 classroom HEPA air filters that will clean the air in the classrooms that do not have the right ventilation. And we know the teachers have been vaccinated or will be on their second vaccination soon. The ships are aligned. COVID is not a risk for our students or vaccinated staff. Community rates are very low and falling. I'm asking you, PPS Board, Portland Association of Teachers, PPS Administration, we need to open schools with urgency and start to plan to move to 5 days as quickly as possible. In 2 weeks, we will have stolen 1 year of education from our children, as some of them have completely fallen out of school. History will show that we have made a very grave error keeping schools closed this long. In fact, the present is already showing us this as we see kids struggling with learning, mental health, and worse. I do not say this lightly or dramatically, and I am a data-driven person, and I have always presented you with facts. PPS and PAT, please put our kids first. They have been last for a year. Kids first means in-school options 5 days a week, and we need to get there as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That concludes who we have signed up.
Thank you. We move now to our student representatives report. And again, thank you everyone for your comments tonight. And our board manager, Roseanne Powell, is available if you have something specific you want to follow up with. And she is amazing. Anyway, we move now on to Nathaniel Shue for the student reps report.
Thank you. And my connection's been going out every so often, so I'm sorry if I randomly cut out. I'd like to begin first by taking a second, if you'll permit me, to acknowledge something of a personal milestone. Tonight marks my last board meeting as a child, at least in the legal sense. Most regrettably, my 18th birthday is imminent. When I was younger, I never used to picture the days leading up to it. Adulthood seemed like something that happened to other people, not me. But had I tried to do so, I feel certain that I would not have expected them to be spending them in PPS board meetings and work sessions, much less in the midst of a global pandemic. It is an odd coming of age indeed. On an unrelated note, I would like to highlight one recent effort arising from the DSC's Intergovernmental Subcommittee. After meaning to do so for a while, the subcommittee decided to reach out to other district-wide student governments in the hope of paving the way to future collaborations and learning more about each other's roles and districts. Thus far, Deputy Student Rep Weinberg and I have met with 2 of Hillsborough School District's 3 student reps to their board, and 1 of Lake Oswego School District's 2. These 2 districts, unfortunately, are the only other major ones in the Portland metro area with student representatives on their boards, although there are others with some other form of district-wide student government with whom we are currently still trying to get in contact. This is an extremely exciting new initiative, especially as none of the reps we spoke to had contact with those from other districts. Finally, I'd like to note that I will be presenting an update on the Reopening Schools student survey later tonight. While not fully comprehensive, it is now considerably more so than the version you saw last. Unfortunately, as a result of the recent snowstorm and resulting power outages, Dr. Brown's team will need more time to finish analyzing the qualitative responses, as well as the statistics by race and ethnicity. Once available, I intend to provide that update separately. tonight I'll be focusing on the overall responses and where they came from. Thank you.
Happy birthday. What day is your
Thank
birthday, Nathaniel?
I'd rather not say for a very specific reason.
Yeah. Anyway, well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Happy birthday.
Hope you get to do something fun to celebrate in these weird COVID times.
Party on, Garth.
That's a really old reference, Scott. Sorry. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to tell us about your birthday? No, would you like to make your superintendent's report?
I would. Thank you, Chair Lowry. Happy birthday, Nathaniel. I do have some slides for you, as is customary.
I'm having a hard time pulling up.
I'm going to jump in because airtime is valuable. So good evening, directors, and buenas tardes to everyone listening in this evening. I guess I'll start by dispelling what I understand are some wild social media rumors and some surprisingly sensationalist news media interest from a couple outlets I've expected better from in regards to my whereabouts these days. I assure my 7 bosses I'm living and working here in the City of Roses. So from my office here in Northeast Portland tonight, I'm reporting on I'll be happy to introduce a couple of important items on tonight's regular meeting agenda that I'll be introducing later. But for my report this week, I'd like to focus on how we've been celebrating and honoring Black History Month here at PPS. So I'm going to be dedicating my report to that important topic. So I think by now you know that the way we celebrate Black history at PPS isn't something, of course, we want limited to the month of February, but it is an important time to sort of increase our focus throughout the district. And I would like to share a snapshot, and I know that there was interest expressed by our directors. So I want to provide for you a sampling of some of the array of activities that have already taken place this month. And I'll be inviting our CAO, Dr. Valentino, in a moment to also share how we're supporting Black History Month from an instructional standpoint. So I know that our directors had also requested previously an opportunity to hear about the curricular guidance that's provided to our educators. So I'm going to start in, and again, this isn't an exhaustive list of everything that's happened across our schools, but want to provide a snapshot of activities from the last 3 weeks that have taken place. So, of course, all of these activities are made possible by our dedicated teachers and school leaders across the district who have dedicated time and planning and effort to lessons and events for our students. Here on screen, you see the smiling faces of our LEDA school staff as they plan their school's Black History Month celebration and assembly. And below them are members of the climate team and instructional leadership team at Jason Lee Elementary, who are showing support for Black Lives Matter Week of Action. On the next slide, you see Markham Elementary School's Kindergarten Black Excellence Group, meeting with Principal Lydia Poole-Smith and Principal Secretary Leah Harrison to discuss the Black Student Affinity Group. Lincoln High School's Advanced Critical Race Studies students supported the Black Lives Matter Week of Action as well, leading the staff's all-staff professional development, racial equity workshops for other students, and presenting to 1,500 peers in all English classes and in Spanish and ELL classes. And you can see that Beach Elementary has had a variety of Black History Month content and resources available through its school counseling site. Benson Tech principal Curtis Wilson addressed his entire school community at the start of the month, like many of our principals, reiterating the point about the need to celebrate the contributions of Black people throughout the year while placing a special spotlight on Black history in February. And last weekend, Woodlawn Elementary leaned into their local culture with Woodlawn History Night, which they promoted as an evening of memories and shared stories about growing up in the neighborhood. And we'll return to Woodlawn in just a moment. Sinton Elementary 4th and 5th graders recently enjoyed a visit with Rio Cortez, the author of the book, The ABCs of Black History. And at Robert Gray Middle School, 6th graders researched and created posters about Black mathematicians and held class discussions about the importance of representation. Astor School 7th and 8th grade students recently participated in a unit of study that focused on the origins, goals, and strategies of the Black Lives Matter movement. As part of the work, the students put together a virtual art gallery, and each student was asked to write an artist statement that would accompany their work. And you won't be surprised to know that Da Vinci Arts Middle School also expressed their learning about Black history through student art. Use Your Voice is the title of this piece of artwork created by Truly, a Da Vinci 7th grader. So we have many powerful examples of students leading discussions about race and racial equity in many ways. Ida B. Wells Barnett High School's No Place for Hate peer facilitators, in partnership with the Anti-Defamation League, recently hosted a community conversation about race on February 3rd. I really appreciated the student-led dialogue. The event was described as a call to action to our community about how to take a stand against racism and other forms of hate by being an ally and advocating for individuals or groups who are targets of such bias and discrimination. I know that many of our directors also watched this event broadcast. Amazing work by our youth leaders and their mentors at Wells Barnett High School, once again. So I've shown you a few examples of Black History Month coming to life at our schools. I'd like to now welcome Dr. Luis Valentino, our Chief Academic Officer, to talk a little bit about how our Office of Teaching and Learning and others are supporting this important work by our students and educators. Dr. Valentino?
Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero, President Lowry, directors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It has been a point of pride, really, to see all of the Black History Month activities at our schools. Our instructional teams have been supporting this work in a number of ways, most notably by providing resources that help our educators and students do what they do best. And I want to reiterate what Superintendent Guerrero mentioned earlier. Our focus on and our celebration of the Black experience is not limited to February, but certainly there is a special dedication in our classrooms, albeit virtually right now, during Black History Month. And as you can see, some of the examples of instructional supports on the slide are to schools that range from resource databases where they can access information, to specific school support when schools call the members of our teams and ask for specific guidance on certain things related to Black History Month. Next slide, please. I thought I would highlight for you a couple of examples of resources that have been made available to our educators. First, you see the Pathway to Equitable Math instruction on the left side of the slide. And while you might not immediately think of mathematics as germane to the Black History Month experience, yet it plays an important role in bringing focus to the contributions made by Black men and women in the fields of mathematics, science, and technology. One high school lesson that we have made available, for example, integrates the story of Katherine Johnson, a mathematician whose name you will recognize if you saw the movie Hidden Figures, and her work with NASA. The lesson couples her story using text, audio, and video, including an incredible rap song, which helps to contextualize the math activity the students will collaborate on, which is related to space travel. Students have to use algebraic computations to determine the relative positions of Earth and Mars, during which an optimal transfer of a spacecraft can occur, much like Ms. Johnson did for astronaut John Glenn, who said, If she says the calculations are good, then I'm ready to go. On the right side of the slide, you will see some of the Black History Month resources provided by our Visual and Performing Arts Department. One of the resources is about Black writers. In a video provided in this resource, an artist describes part of an essay entitled "The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain," where Langston Hughes writes about his encounter with a Black poet who tells him, "I don't want to be a Black poet. I just want to be a poet." What the poet was questioning in himself was whether his poetry could stand on its own merits because he was a Black man. The artist then talks about other art forms using the same concept about identity. Teachers and students can use this resource to engage on this or related questions. The resources provided speak to raising consciousness and centers it around the Black experience. But of course, our continued curriculum and instruction work is to ensure that all of our PPS students have meaningful opportunities to engage in culturally relevant, culturally sustaining, and culturally affirming materials throughout the school year across all disciplines, pre-K-12. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Superintendent?
Thank you, Dr. Valentino. And again, I think directors can see that our educators and those who support them have put in a tremendous amount of good work to properly honor and learn about the contributions of Black people of yesterday and today. And even though it predated Black History Month by a couple weeks, I would be remiss not to mention the recent Today Show, Martin Luther King Jr. Day interview of two of our Black educators, Woodlawn Elementary teachers Lionel Clegg and Anthony Lowry, whom you might have seen featured throughout KGW TV's Inside Woodlawn series. They were interviewed by Today's Craig Melvin about their unique work as Black male primary grade level school educators. So thank you to Lionel and Anthony for underlining the importance of diverse educators and continuing to inspire all students. And finally, to wrap us up, I would like to share a rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. Don't hold on to your seats. I'm not going to be the one singing it. Lift Every Voice and Sing, often referred to as the Black National Anthem, as performed here by Ruby Faye Williams of Tubman Middle School. Ruby Faye was a bit camera shy during the Tubman celebration, but I think you will enjoy her performance and also the reactions that it brought.
Close this out for today, we have our very own Ruby Faye Williams, and we need to give her a hand prior. She has an amazing voice. She is going to close us out with the Black National Anthem. So Ruby Faye, it's on you.
Lift every voice and sing till the thin heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun, a final day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Whoa. To close this out for today, we have our very own Ruby Faye Williams.
What an amazing way to cap off this look at Black History Month at PPS. Thank you so much, Ruby, for that rendition. My thanks to Ruby Faye, to our students, our educators and administrators all across the district, and to our culturally specific community partners and others who contribute to our school's celebrations of Black History Month. These organizations include Black Parent Initiative and SEI, who encourage everyone to support Black-owned businesses this Saturday and every day. Cairo's Spread the Love event is also this Saturday evening, and Multnomah County's COVID vaccines virtual session for African immigrants and refugees takes place on Thursday. Finally, we've enjoyed all of the shared stories this month from colleagues and community members, and have particularly enjoyed the daily Black History Month emails from longtime PPS partner, Mr. Michael Grice. Thank you all. And Chair, that concludes your unvaccinated superintendent's report for this evening from Northeast Portland.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. We are going to take a quick break here till 7:35. And then come back and move on to celebrating our classified employees. So I'll see you all back at 7:35.
Superintendent and Dr. Valentino, I just want to really thank both of you for sharing those specific activities with Black History Month. It was really great to see the artwork and hear about what's going on in classrooms, since we don't get the chance to go visit.
Thank you. We love our schools.
back to order. We'll wait till we see Guadalupe because he gets to do the next thing. So there he is in Portland, ready to roll. All right, Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item, which is the resolution to recognize classified and non-represented Employee Appreciation Week, which is March 1st through 5th?
Yeah, I would very much. Thank you, Chair Lowry. And just a side note, I hope for our viewing audience, you got to see and hopefully appreciate a new little feature here during board breaks, showcasing our talented students tonight. You saw a sampling of student art, so thank you to those student artists. So March 1st through 5th is Classified and Non-Represented Employees Appreciation Week. This is a great opportunity to say thank you to our Portland Public Schools classified and non-represented employees who are so often the familiar faces and welcoming presence to our students, families, and public. They directly support our students, reach out to families, keep our classrooms clean and equipped, help our offices, buildings, and cafeterias run smoothly, and generally set the tone of our schools, departments, and the overall organization. Our Chief of Human Resources, Sharon Reese, is going to share further who's included in this marvelous group of employees that we want to appreciate, and I think we'll also be doing the honors of reading the resolution. Sharon?
Superintendent, it is in fact my honor to read this resolution, which will include the employee groups that are included in the recognition. We know that employees have choices about where they work, and our employees choose to work at a public school district, at Portland Public School District, because they believe in our students and understand their connections and contributions to student achievement. Resolution number 6250 provides Portland Public Schools classified and non-represented employees are essential members of our educational team. Our students' learning experience is shaped every day by members of our classified and non-represented staff. On the front lines and behind the scenes, our classified and non-represented staff are in a unique position to influence our school communities. They create a positive learning environment for our students. Classified and non-represented staff keep our administrative and school offices humming, attend to our buildings and grounds, help us communicate with each other and our community, shepherd supplies and equipment, to name a few. Because of this vital and integral role, we are grateful for their work and their support. Classified employees include members of our valued labor partners, including the Portland Federation of School Professionals, administrative assistants, school secretaries, paraeducators, therapeutic intervention coaches, occupational and physical therapists, physical therapy assistants, certified occupational therapy assistants, sign language interpreters, campus security agents, community agents, and others. Our Service Employees International Union, which includes our nutrition services and custodians, the Amalgamated Transit Union, our bus drivers, and the District Council of Unions, our skilled maintenance workers, for example, painters, electricians, carpenters, and others, our warehouse workers, and television services. Non-represented employees include our central office staff, executive assistants, project managers, supervisors, analysts, associates, and other non-licensed positions that work in service to support our schools and ultimately all of our students. Since March of 2020, when PPS shifted to comprehensive distance learning due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, classified employees have become essential workers who have provided much needed support to students and families. These caring individuals have served over 3.2 million meals, made deliveries of food and supplies to families in need, prepared and packaged curriculum materials and technology kits, and have prepared buildings to welcome back students and staff. We know for our students that this is more than meals and school supplies, but the valued connection to beloved individuals in their school communities. Their dedication as frontline workers during this time is especially notable as our classified and non-represented employees are the most racially diverse employee groups at Portland Public Schools. And we know that Blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans bear an unequal burden of the global pandemic, with communities of color being disproportionately affected by COVID-19 across the United States. For their efforts on behalf of the more than 49,000 students in the Portland Public Schools community, the classified and non-represented employees deserve our collective recognition and our thanks. Be it resolved that the Board of Education declares March 1st through 5th, 2021 Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week in recognition of the many daily services provided to enrich and support students in Portland Public Schools towards their highest achievement possible. Be it further resolved that the board encourages the Portland Public Schools community to join in honoring classified and non-represented employees for their positive impact on our students and our community. Chair Lowry, thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. So do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6250, resolution to recognize classified and non-represented employee appreciation week for March 1st through 5th of 2021?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Director Brim-Edwards moves and Director Constam seconds the adoption of Resolution 6250. Is there any board discussion? I would just have to say, having spent quite a bit of time in elementary schools the last couple of years as a volunteer before I was on the board, just how much the classified staff do. And I think Chief Reese, you mentioned it when you talked about that connection that students have, and seeing that and the ways and time to connect with staff members. And so I know that our classified staff brings so much to the school environment and community, and it's really important to honor and recognize them, especially in this very difficult year we've had.
Another thing that's really cool is that so many of our classified staff have incredible longevity in their school community. So over time, they just really make a huge impact as being, you know, some of the most memorable and caring people in the building.
I'm just going to add on to everybody else. Thank you to all of you who've done sort of heroic work this year.
All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on 6250?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 6250, resolution to recognize classified and non-represented employee appreciation week, March 5th, 2021. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes?
Yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? I believe Director Bailey is at the Madison High School PTA meeting right now. So Resolution 6250 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting.
Yes.
Thank you, Nathaniel. All right, we move on to our board committee and conference reports, and we'll begin with Director DePass with the Audit Committee.
Do you mean Director Brim-Edwards?
I was just going to say, sorry, it's Director Brim-Edwards.
I told you I was having brain fog lately. Yes, Director Brim-Edwards from the Audit Committee.
Yeah, we haven't had a meeting since the last board meeting. We have one coming up this week. So no additional report.
All right, now we move on to Director DePass, Bond Committee.
Yes, so I have nothing also to report, except that you'll notice that we approved the installation of our co-chairs. I don't have the resolution in front of me, but this evening. We do have a school improvement bond committee coming up on March 4th at 4:30, so join us for that.
Great, thank you, Michelle. All right, CPRC, Director Moore.
We had a CPRC meeting on February 11th. We went over, we met the new CFO, who will be joining PPS full-time next month, I believe. And we had some discussions about what to looking ahead to the budget process and starting to do some planning around a joint session to be held between the board and the CBSE. And our next meeting is, I don't have it on my calendar, but I believe it's 1 month from the 11th.
So that would also be March 11th, right? So
Yes, February does that. Yes.
yeah, when there's only 28 days in February. All right, charter and alternative programs, Director Constam.
We just had our hearing as part of the renewal process for Opal School and Arthur Academy, and that is an opportunity for people to come forward in support of or in opposition to the renewal application. There was no one who came in opposition to, and lots of people who said wonderful things about the education that their children were receiving, and also other educators who have benefited from learning from the educators in those two institutions. So it was just a great opportunity to appreciate the good work that's being done there. And then at our next board meeting, we will have those renewals come before the full board.
Thank you, Director Constam. And it's always such a great thing to celebrate those wonderful charter programs. Director Scott, Intergovernmental Committee report.
Thank you. We met on February 11th and discussed a number of fascinating state legislative issues. And then most importantly, we did as a committee approve a letter of support to Multnomah County, encouraging them to continue exploration of municipal broadband in Multnomah County. And we will be meeting again on March 11th.
Yep, that's excellent. I think we've learned, especially during this pandemic, how important it is to consider broadband as a public utility. All right, our policy committee, Director Moore.
We met on February 17th and discussed a number of policies in various stages of consideration. Continued the discussion on the climate crisis response policy, including a discussion of the data capabilities of PPS in tracking things like greenhouse gas emissions and doing carbon audits. And we will be continuing to work on that policy, mostly offline. And we also talked about the student assignment policy, and this was a first discussion. It was mostly a conceptual discussion about the kinds of, we had some framing questions for the kinds of issues that we might want to look at in terms of some revisions, especially in light of the Southeast Guiding Coalition work that's going to be starting phase 2 soon. We also talked about a new comprehensive sexuality education policy, and it will be coming to the board on March 9th for a first reading. And we also surfaced some, based on comments we've received during the comment period for the real estate policy, we've surfaced some issues that we we'll be looking at some revisions at our next meeting, which will be March 8th. And we want to make sure that the real estate policy aligns closely with our racial equity and social justice framework. We will also be looking at a computer usage policy and a revision of the formal complaint policy on March 8th.
Thank you, Director Moore. Director Brim-Edwards, I understand you had something you wanted to bring forward for the policy committee meeting at this time to help us do some of that.
Yes.
Work.
As Committee Chair Moore indicated, with the preservation, maintenance, and disposition of district real estate, I'm going to work with the chair and the staff on 2 draft amendments that, again, more interconnect the policy with our racial equity and social justice policy, and we'll share that with board members, and then again, working with the chair and staff on drafting that, and we'll circulate it to everybody else.
I had a really enlightening conversation with Ms. Large and Ms. Ledesma today as we just sort of think through, you know, how do we think about the ways we really live into our racial equity and social justice lens, and think through fiduciary responsibility and partnership and all of those pieces. And I think one of the things I so appreciate about my time with the district is this sort of ability to make mistakes or to try something out and learn from it and adjust. And so thank you, Director Brimeders, for bringing that language so we can further this work of making sure that the way we're talking about land and ownership really is equitable. Oh, I'm sorry, my camera is off. I really apologize for that. My husband brought me dinner, so I was eating in between people's reports. So you all don't need to see me have things in my teeth, but apologize for having my camera off for that section. Director Constam, I saw that you wanted to make a comment, and Director Moore as well.
Can I just add one?
But you can go first.
Can I just add one thing? So I think we anticipate that the committee will consider some language changes on March 8th that will be brought to the full board on the following day at the next regular board meeting on March 9th. And at that point, we'll be asking for, this will be the second reading, and we'll be asking the board to adopt.
Rita, now those language changes, do you expect those to address either of the concerns that I brought up with you by email about two issues that could be interpreted as undermining our RESJ values? One had to do with the rights of lessees in terms of termination rights on a lease, and one had to do with length of term. I think you saw a response from General Counsel Large, but I did not receive a response to my email that I sent saying that I was concerned about those two pieces of this revised policy as written.
Was that a question for me as with my amendments?
Either way, if they are going to likely be addressed in your amendments or otherwise by the policy committee and language changes.
So at the last, at the meeting in which we had the first reading of this policy, I engaged in a colloquy with Mary Kane to address two of those issues on termination and also on the length. And at the time, Mary Kane affirmed that the 5 years that's in the policy is a floor, it is not the ceiling, and that as part of the lease negotiations, the district can enter into a long-term lease of longer than 5 years. So there's no prohibition in the language. In addition, and I'm happy to recirculate the colloquy that we had, which is establishing a legislative record, is that on the termination, that as part of the lease negotiations and discussions, there would be language that the termination period would be something that would be a reasonable period between negotiated between the two parties. So it certainly is not designed to the district to be able to just terminate, say, mid-school year or before a time that's appropriate or practical. And so I'm happy to recirculate that. But for me, that answered the questions about early termination and whether 5 years was too short. So my amendment does not address that. It addresses some of the issues that were raised in the letter that we received before the last board meeting.
Does that answer your question, Director Constam?
Maybe I'll look at that language again and see if it seems sufficient, because I've had several people from the community express that they were concerned about that language too. And even if it's not prohibitive, there might be a way for us to be slightly more hospitable as long as we're in the process of remaking policy.
Great, thank you. And I think Director Bailey, Director Brim Edwards, Director Moore, and I are on that policy team. So I think we've heard that, and we'll make sure that that's followed up on. Anything else for policy committee before we move on to Rose Quarter? All right, any reports from our Rose Quarter team?
No, Courtney and I have a couple meetings scheduled this coming week to discuss the project. Director Bailey, do you have anything on the CAPS?
All right, thank you. I want to take a moment to celebrate Director Moore and Director DePass. Director Moore has been selected to be part of the Council of Great City Schools governance coaching cohort for the next year. And so she began that work this past Saturday, or Friday actually, of training with them to more deeply understand governance. And then Director DePass has been chosen to be part of cohort 3 of the school board partners to do some supportive work around racial equity and anti-racism work. So congratulations to both of our directors here who are gaining valuable knowledge that they'll bring back to us, but also being leaders on the national stage of school boards, and really appreciate both of them willing to serve in that capacity and do that work. So I think a round of applause for both of them is in order. So congratulations, both of you. Our next item is the resolution to change the name of Madison High School. And Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this exciting item?
Very much so. Thank you, Chair Lowry. Last July, we shared with you a plan and a procedure for updating the administrative directive for renaming district buildings and other spaces, with Madison High School serving as a case study in the naming and defining places process. So this approach has been intended to align our intentions and actions and move to a more balanced approach that centers the voices and experiences of our students, especially our students of color, and aligns with our racial equity and social justice framework and plan. So tonight, I'm really excited to have students and participants here from the renaming committee of Madison High School. Last week, I met with Principal Skiles and Adam Skiles and learned about the renaming committee's recommendation to rename Madison after former Madison High School principal Leotis V. McDaniel. In addition to being known as a respected school leader, we've learned that he was also a PPS alum, having attended Buckman and graduating from Lincoln High School, class of 1953. And you're going to learn much more about Mr. McDaniel in just a moment. I'm forwarding the school community's recommendation with confidence that they have observed all expected elements of the process for student and community stakeholder engagement and input, and thus their recommendation has my full support. It is therefore my recommendation to you as the PPS board to formally accept this name change and to consider it this evening. So as I turn it over to the team to share with you more about the engagement process and how they arrived at this recommendation, I just want to express how proud I am again of our students, the community, our school staff and administrators for their active engagement and leadership to get to this recommendation tonight. So I'd like to ask Danny Ledesma, our Senior Advisor on Racial Equity and Social Justice, along with our invited guests who will introduce themselves in a moment, to share more on how this recommendation came together.
Thank you, Superintendent, Chair Lowry, directors. I am standing in between this presentation and some more information. I just want to reiterate what the superintendent said about that this renaming is part of a larger process. As you'll recall, this summer, we talked about launching a process to revise the administrative directive associated with namings, and we endeavored to go through an equity-based centered design process to do that. And part of that design was to do a case study, and where we really wanted to think about what could we improve, what could we do to better support the processes of name change changes so that they're not just focused on changing a name or changing signage, but really getting at a different student experience. And so we're happy to, I'm really happy to introduce the principal. We've had an opportunity to hear more about the process, about ways that the students have been really engaged in really fascinating research. And I would just say that we're really excited about the upcoming administrative directive changes and some of the resources that we'll have for folks so that we can really begin to pull through some of the better practices, the best practices that are coming out of these name change processes so that additional school communities can have a playbook, if you will, of how to do this and really continue to center student voice as we think about these changes, not just for in name only, but for also making sure there's alignment with our values and the student experience. So I'm really excited to introduce Principal Adam Skiles, who will tell us more about this process.
Thank you. Good evening, board chair and board members. My name is Adam Skiles, proud principal of what is currently known as Madison High School. I am excited and humbled to present to you all alongside students who have been part of a historical process to provide you all a recommendation for a new name, Mr. Leotis V. McDaniel. We as a collective want to acknowledge that this is not enough. Yes, Madison, with your approval and support, will hopefully have a new name, but we want to recognize that our process wasn't easy and it did not happen in a silo. Our school renaming effort has been an ongoing process for more than 2 years. This past year, we have witnessed tragic events continuing to impact Black, Brown, and Native communities, as well as the LGBTQ+ community. These events reinforce the need to be intentional as we work towards dismantling inequities that have existed for generations in the United States. Our process was challenging, bold, and meaningful. As a community, we continue to develop a greater capacity to understand and empathize with each other as we seek to establish common ground. We are hopeful that this opportunity will enable us to come together and focus on our strengths and aspirations and how we can best support our students and families. Our new name is only a pillar to a foundation of making sure the places our students learn and play is reflective and welcoming. Through our process, we have been committed to making sure our new name challenges anti-racist aspects and reflects our community, respect, education, equity, and diversity values. Although it was difficult to choose the final name to represent Madison High School, we are proud to celebrate this historic moment. Leotis V. McDaniel High School will be the first PPS high school named in honor of a local African-American educator. I would like to give special thanks to our committee members, Amina, Brady, Tanya, Mele, Miguel, Nancy, Max, McCall, and Community Engagement Specialist Maria. And of course, even more so to thank our students. Dubai Doche, Marquis, Zane, Jewel, Athene, Cindy, Jaea, Vincent, and Leslie. At this time, I would like to turn it over to our students, Athene, Zane, Jaea, Leslie, Dubai Doche, and Cindy, who will present around our process today.
Thank you, Principal Skiles. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. My name is Athene. I'm a Madison student and member of the renaming committee. From the beginning, we knew that to be successful, we needed to take time establishing the values that we wanted to see reflected in a name change. Our committee closely followed the district's administrative directive to make sure that we created and adapted a process that challenged our thinking, since we're only the second school in the district to take on this difficult and very rewarding task. Through the process, we ensured that we stuck to key principles, including communicating with and incorporating the input of stakeholders impacted by the name change, documenting community support, and providing evidence of how our recommendation is relevant to our school. As you can see on this slide, our committee also worked to consolidate core values that guided our entire process. We wanted our new name to embody the school's creed values of community, respect, education, equity, and diversity, and to perpetuate anti-racist convictions. We also committed to openly communicating with our community and including all voices and perspectives. Through our new name, we hope to reflect change and justice and to make a selection that ensured everyone feels included.
Next slide, please. As you know, our renaming process started late June, July, when the formal requests by some of my classmates here were made to make the change. pre-planning started in August and September, which include us students having the opportunity to be part of the selection process for the adults joining our committee. And I think it's very impactful to have students play such an active role in forming the committee. And I felt like we were front and center in this whole process. We spent the months of October and November designing our process, determining our guiding principles, and establishing toolkits for engagement, like our website and surveys for community outreach. We started to meet on a weekly basis to research and learned about the recommendations. In December and January, we spent time reaching out to our communities more intentionally. That was followed by more analysis, research, and conversations that ultimately led up to the month of February, where we did outreach and followed up, where we were finally able to come up with our finalists and then our final recommendation.
Next slide, please. As indicated, our engagement tools led us to have a robust outreach, which arguably can always be better. Our community engagement included over 2,500 community input responses through a combination of survey around recommendation and nominations and survey around refining our selection criteria, and our finalist survey that included over 1,100 responses, as well as language-specific phone calls done in order for us to contact and capture voices of our family and students.
Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm Leslie. I'm a student and a community member. And as you just heard from Jaya about our engagement, our name decision wasn't done in a vacuum. We carried our engagement amplifying what has worked with the process at what is now E.W. Wells High School. In coordination with engagement specialists, we were able to collaboratively elaborate our engagement strategies and tactics to reach our Madison community. We started off with the creation of the committee, where we had over 65 applications for a position on it, in which student voices were obviously included. And I think that we ended up with a pretty diverse committee. Once we had sent out our first survey requesting name suggestions, we ended up with over 400 name recommendations from the community, and additional surveys were put out in multiple languages to give us a total of 2,500 input responses. If you're interested in learning more information, you can always click the links that are provided on the slide.
Next slide, please. After taking a look into our community feedback, our principles, our guidelines, and having continuous deliberation and research, and continuing to coordinate with our tribal community to make sure names that were put forward had the right name, spelling, and pronunciation, we put a list of 8 incredible finalists to our communities. All candidates in this slide are beyond incredible at representing the land our school stands on, and beyond incredible, and that should be honored regardless. People who have challenged racial structures and have impacted our community on many levels and concepts that emphasize the need of coming together as our community to be bold. Next slide. Our community had hard, courageous conversations to a point we discussed combining names as it was extremely difficult to narrow down our list. We want to recognize that all names are worthy of being represented in our school in one way or another, even if they are not at our school. Ultimately, our committee decided that Leotis V. McDaniel was the right fit to have our school be named after.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much. My name is Cindy. I'm a student committee member. And as Dabae Doche said, we picked McDaniel as our name. McDaniel was a greatly respected, well-loved, and highly celebrated leader from our community, specifically at Madison. And he was one of the very few Black high school principals in Oregon in the 80s. And while he worked at our school, he was tasked with leading Madison through desegregation and busing. He was well known for his kind demeanor, contagious laugh, integrity, and his ability to be able to connect with all individuals on a deeper level. He was very popular among students and staff as a potential name while earning numerous awards and accolades from the many community organizations he contributed to.
Thank you all so much.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Jaya.
Before we move to Q&A, we wanted to note again how extensive this process was. We dedicated hours to conversations with community members to make sure that we understood what what was the best fit for a name at our school. However, this naming process is the bare minimum of what we can do to pay respect to people and people of color. So the administrative directive must directly approach how our students, in particular students of color, must be engaged in these processes and explicitly give guidance honoring names of communities that have not been historically represented. Indigenous communities should also have some priority in the naming processes. Since they are the first people on this land, we must honor that. With that said, thank you. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Thank
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If I may. I'm wondering, this is for the students. I'm wondering what about this process was challenging, and if you were to do it all over again, what would you do differently? You know, we always get all the shiny presentations, but I think that we learn more from the struggles that we go through and the learning that happens during a process.
I can speak to that question from personal. I think that there should be a little more Indigenous representation. Being the only Indigenous person within this community, or this committee, my bad, I felt tokenized. I would just like more representation of others like me, where I don't feel like a lot of the Indigenous, I've not looked at to answer all the questions.
I appreciate you saying that and bringing that forward with Dabai Doche. I find myself also the only in many spaces, and I understand intimately and viscerally how difficult that is. I can also tell you that speaking your voice will just to always speak your truth. I appreciate your sharing that with us tonight.
I just want to honor all the work you have done. Is it Jaya or Jaya?
Jaya.
Jaya. Jaya, I just appreciate, what you highlighted there of it's an expensive process when we think about the time and intentionality and all the work that so many have put into this. So thank you for valuing your time and energy and the work you've done. I would also say that I lose track of the script all the time during board meetings, so no worries about any of that happens during presentations.
Yeah, I'm having a little technical difficulties.
But yeah, I just so appreciate this, and I'm so excited to learn more about Mr. McDaniel and to celebrate his legacy here in Portland. And so thank you for highlighting for me someone I wasn't aware of that's a huge contributor to the Portland community.
So exciting to think of having this new identity and this new name with that beautiful new building that I just went by today that is looking so fantastic. So I'm just so excited for all of you, and thank you for your work that you've done for all the students that come after you.
So I wanted to acknowledge all the work that was done to showcase the individuals who you considered for this honor. I learned a lot about Portland history and see as one of the great values of the process that we're lifting and elevating individuals who've played a big role in the city and the state and also places. So I just want to just call out to the committee for not only honoring an individual by renaming the high school, but also sharing with us other leaders in the community who have made this city what it is. So thank you for doing that. Chair Lowry, can, I guess I'll wait if others have questions and I'll.
Go ahead, why don't you just go ahead, Director Brim-Edwards.
Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge like what's happening in our city. And I think it is, as somebody who grew up here, surrounded by monuments to sort of past leaders of the community. It's so heartening to see all the changes that are happening. And tonight's change that's being really led by our student leaders. I live just down the hill from what was the Harvey Scott statue. And over the weekend, it was replaced with a bust of York, who was a very important figure with Lewis and Clark expedition. And I think about the ways in which we as a school district have in the past honored leaders, and I'm really heartened that PPS is taking this moment to elevate and honor leaders in our community who in the past haven't been recognized, and that the history of other leaders and their history, and that in the past that have been elevated, but really we should have taken a deeper look at their legacies. One of the things I wanted to just briefly say is, I was a high school student during the time period that McDaniel, here in Portland, when McDaniel was a principal. And the day that you all announced who you were proposing to be honored in the renaming, I got a text from, and then subsequently a letter from an individual who was of the class of '87. And like, that's somebody who was born in the last century. But I want you to know that your choice in the recommendation is really affirmed by the students who went before you and the students who benefited from Principal McDaniel's leadership. And I was asked to read, they couldn't come for public comment tonight, but just a short letter from a student who was at Madison at the time that Principal McDaniel was there, and who said that you guys did an awesome job in coming up with this choice. So here's the letter. It's from Connie Seeley, class of 1987. I want to let you know how excited I am that the school board is considering renaming Madison High School Leotis V. McDaniel High School. Mr. McDaniel was principal when I was at Madison. He led with respect and care and was beloved by students. He always had a smile on his face. He was accessible, and it was clear he was in our corner. He passed suddenly and unexpectedly my senior year. It goes without saying the entire school community was shocked and saddened. So much so, when we learned that the school wouldn't close for his funeral, we organized a walkout. Word got to the district, and as I remember it, they let us go. Students and faculty met at the high school and walked to his service. We lined the path at the cemetery and honored him at his burial. I'm so excited to hear that the school may be named after him. To me, he embodied what you would want from an educator: kindness, compassion, leadership, and the nudge when you needed it. Thank you. So nicely done, students. There are lots of other former Madison students who agree with you and your choice.
I want to also point out that Mr. McDaniel was a 1953 graduate of Lincoln High School, and that probably was, I'm pretty sure there weren't a lot of African Americans that were attending Lincoln. I'm not positive about that. My dad actually got his picture in the paper in 1951 for being the first Negro to graduate from Central Catholic. So that's to say that Dabai Doche and other students, it's okay to be the first, and sometimes you need to be the only until you can bring other people along. So Mr. McDaniel was also probably an only and a first in many ways, and I'm really proud to just have witnessed this conversation tonight.
Yeah, I want to thank the students again for leading another great process. I think it's really wonderful that we have two new school names, one named after a national hero, one after a local hero. So that's awesome. And I think the suggestion to elevate the participation of Native students in future processes is really great. And considering that schools are physical spaces on land, just to me really reinforces that idea. So, we've been looking for feedback on how to make this process better, and I hear that loud and clear. So just want to say thank you again for your work. Awesome job. And I was away from the board meeting real briefly to attend the Madison PTA meeting, and I told them how excited I was to be voting tonight on the rename. So.
Any other board comments or questions?
Call the question.
I am gonna. Thank you everyone for all of your hard work. Now we get to the fun part for us as a board. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6251, resolution to change the name of Madison High School?
So moved. Second.
All right, Director DePass moves and Director Brim Edwards seconds the adoption of resolution 6251. Is there any further board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6251, resolution to change the name of Madison High School to Leotis v. McDaniels. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That was a very enthusiastic yes, Michelle, I loved it. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6251 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
All right, I think this deserves some wild cheering. Excellent work, students and team. Woo! Thank you all. And I know that with the Ida B. Wells Barnett process, it says in the language that it is officially to be known from this time on as Leotis v. McDaniels. And ODE was gracious enough to expedite that process for Ida B. Wells Barnett. And so we hope the same is true for Leotis v. McDaniels High School. And I'm very excited for you all that this is your new school. Thank you.
Congratulations to our students, and we'll try to pull another favor from ODE.
Excellent. All right.
I think they owe us.
All right, Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce our next agenda item on COVID, hybrid, and LIPI?
Sure. It's quite a transition. And another really big topic. Tonight's another opportunity.
We got a lot of big stuff tonight. It's kind of, it's awesome. It just shows all the amazing work you and your team and all of those in the district have been doing.
A lot of entrees on the menu. So another big topic here, and I know many people interested in continuing to hear more about developing plans when it comes to reopening schools and all the phases involved there. So tonight, again, senior staff has been judicious in continuing to work at this topic. So you'll hear from our Chief Assistant Performance, our Chief of Schools, our Chief of HR, our Senior Advisor, and other supporting staff. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to them.
So, good evening, Superintendent Guerrero. Congratulations, Chair Lowry, Vice Chair Bailey, and happy birthday, Nathaniel. That was a tough act to follow, but I think a lot of folks are looking forward to this update as well. Next slide, please. So today, we're going to give an update as we've done on a regular basis. We'll update the board and the community on the current metrics. We'll also have our Chief Operating Officer, Dan Young, come to speak today about our health and safety measures that his team has been working diligently on to ensure the health and safety of our students, staff, and community. That'll be followed by a conversation with a couple of members of our academic team to be able to talk about the expansion of athletics as well as visual and performing arts at our schools. We'll also then have Dr. Bird will come in to speak about the expansion of limited in-person activities at our schools. We'll spend some time talking about the survey that went out to gather information from our families about their interest in hybrid or continuing in CDL. And then finally, Dr. Bird will round us out by talking about some of the proposed schedule options for hybrid in middle and high school. Next slide, please. Throughout this window, we've had guiding principles. They continue to inform our work. As we've spoken about before, everything that we do, all our consideration, all our planning is centered in racial equity and social justice. Again, there's a heavy emphasis on ensuring the health and wellness of our students, staff, and larger community. Throughout this window, throughout this pandemic, the importance of cultivating relationships and connection continues to be one of the driving pieces as we move forward. And finally, certainly there's been a ton of innovation. We continue to look at opportunities to innovate as we move forward. Next slide, please. Continuing the theme of good news, our case rates in the county continue to go down. Right now, we're at 108.9 cases. That's down from 550 cases, the peak that we were experiencing in the latter part of November and early December. We continue, today's numbers were, I think, 7 cases per 100,000 per day. So it looks like we're stable right around 100 cases per 100,000 over a 2-week period, which is good news. Quite the move over time. Next slide, please. Continuing that theme of good news, at this point, we're in the 4th wave of vaccinations, and all our student-facing staff now have the opportunity to, or have had the opportunity to, schedule a vaccination appointment. Our staff that were in the 1st wave are actually eligible at this point to schedule their 2nd vaccination. And this obviously is good news when we start thinking about layering our protections for our faculty and staff and larger community. With that being said, I'm going to hand things over to Dan Young, our Chief Operating Officer, to expand and talk a little bit more about health and safety measures.
Okay, good evening. Next slide, please. Tonight, I'd like to briefly highlight 2 aspects of PPS's reopening health and safety strategy. One is the importance of utilizing a multi-layered approach, and 2, the importance of aligning our protocols to public health agency guidance. Next slide, please. As recommended by public health organizations, including the CDC, PPS is utilizing a layered risk reduction strategy. This multi-tiered approach includes safety measures such as use of masks, social distancing, regular hand washing, cleaning of buildings, contact tracing, and more. And though each individual strategy has imperfections, together they produce a strong safety program. Next slide, please. I think it's worth taking a minute to review how we operationalize health and safety protocols. You may be familiar with state and local public health guidance documents, including the Ready Schools Safe Learners Plan, which is managed by ODE, and the Communicable Disease Management Plan, which is managed by Multnomah County. These documents inform district-level health and safety guidance, including our standard operating procedures. Our standard operating procedures conform to state and local guidance, provide function-specific details, and in turn, they inform the school-specific site reopening plans that are developed by school administration. So one quick example, the Ready School Safe Learners document requires that symptom screening be completed prior to individuals entering schools. The school entry screening SOP provides specific as to how screening is to be accomplished at each school and which symptoms to screen for. The school-specific reopening plan provides site-specific details, including what entrances will be used for student entry and which staff will complete the screening. Next slide, please. And just to highlight the standard operating procedures a little bit more, staff have been developing these since the beginning of the pandemic. Our SOPs, again, align with public health agency guidance documents and add specifics and granularity to specific functions. The target audience for the SOPs is primarily PPS staff, and training is being developed for each of the SOPs. And to ensure that they're kept up to date, they are updated with every guidance change, including with every new version of Ready School. Next slide, please. And I believe I'm handing off to Dr. Bird.
Actually, it's coming back to me just for a moment.
All right.
And again, we had mentioned earlier that we had put forward a preference form for our families to be able to indicate whether or not they wanted students to have the opportunity to come back to hybrid instruction or continue in remote learning. Next slide, please. And when we sent this out, we sent out two waves of emails to support this. Emails were never intended to be the sole route to gather that information. We also have telephone outreach. We understand that not everybody has email. And this was particularly true given the snowstorm and the proportion of people that have been without electricity and phone access during this window of time. Despite that, I'm pleased to say that we've had a nearly 60% response rate to date. It's actually, I think, a little bit over 60% at this point in time. But when we captured the data this morning, it was just a little nudge under 60. Of that, 70% of the respondents said that they wanted some form of in-person instruction for their student. And of those, the lion's share, roughly 66% or two-thirds, said that they wanted hybrid for their student. And the remaining 4.4% said that they'd like to have limited in-person as their in-person activity. So a fully 2 out of 3 of the respondents indicated that they wanted hybrid instruction for their student. This was relatively stable across races as well. So if we look at our African American and Latino populations, 6 out of 10 of our African American families responded that they wanted hybrid instruction for their students, and 6 out of 10 of our Latino families indicated the same. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Dr. Brown?
Yes.
I'm assuming that the question wasn't, do you want hybrid versus all in person? It was just, if offered hybrid, would you opt in?
The question was whether or not folks would like to have hybrid instruction, would like their student to participate in hybrid instruction. If the family said, no, I'm not interested in hybrid, then we asked if they were interested in limited in-person. That combined total was was 7 out of 10 families said that they wanted some form of in-person activity for their student, hybrid or limited in-person.
But it didn't speak to full-time?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Brown, can I also ask one more question about the survey?
Sure.
Was it indicated on the survey that if you didn't opt into hybrid when it was first offered, that you may not be able to get into it later?
We had a number of documents that were provided to families to inform them about the opportunities to go between hybrid and comprehensive distance learning or remote instruction in this case. The survey itself did not specify that, but it was in the accompanying materials to help people make that decision. Did I answer your question, Mr. Bailey?
Well, let me make sure that I understood the answer. Could a family have gotten the impression that they had to say yes to hybrid or risk missing that opportunity altogether?
I don't believe that there was anything in the survey that would have led them to believe that this was a one-time choice. And in fact, if you recall to the last board meeting, one of the things that we talked about in terms of the hybrid model, one of the benefits of the hybrid model that was being proposed was that it would allow families some opportunity to go back and forth between those two if need be.
Right, and that was my impression as well. I'm just responding to one of the letters that came in saying that they felt strong-armed, like we had to commit now, even though we didn't want to necessarily because that was our only choice. So
Well,
go ahead.
that certainly was not the intent. Again, what we're trying to do is capture people's intent, whether or not they were interested in hybrid, whether or not they would be interested in having their student participate in hybrid, because it's a necessary piece of information for us to be able to plan, to be able to return to some form of in-person instruction. Next slide, please.
Hey, Dr. Brown, really quickly.
Yes, I have a question as well.
Michelle, why don't you go ahead? Because I bet your question is the same as mine.
Age before beauty, they always say. I'm curious if the respondents, you say the respondents, 60% of Latino and Black respondents responded. Did the responses by race line up approximately to what we would expect in terms of what the population is?
No, like Director DePass, no, like many of the other surveys that we send out via email, there's an overrepresentation of white families. This is why we were really planful to have telephone calls as part of that, and telephone banking as a way to capture additional voices and make sure we had adequate representation. We're targeting an 80% response rate for each school in order to be able to plan. And so I expect that as we move forward, we will see some movement in these numbers, but this is where we were as of this morning in terms of responses. And I think, again, the piece that was interesting to me is I've heard a number of times some concern about African American, Latino, or Native families maybe not wanting to participate in hybrid. And the fact is that the folks who have responded have expressed interest in some form of in-person activity, either hybrid or LIPI. And I think that's important because we really did want to afford families the opportunity to make a choice for their child and to respect that choice and to be able to incorporate that in our planning.
So I was right. That was my question. Thank you, Director DePass. Specifically, Dr. Brown, of Black and Latino families, what is the response rate right now? 59.3 overall. What's the response rate broken down?
I don't have that number in front of me right now. And frankly, it's one that keeps changing because we've been gathering information even during the course of today. I expect that by the next board meeting, we should have a more complete response. Again, we're targeting an 80% response rate across the system.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown.
Next slide. Director Brim Edwards.
How many students are currently in LIPI?
That is going to be Dr. Bird's going to give you an update on that later. That, again, is a number that's moving and it's increasing over time.
Yeah, I'm just curious, do you have a ballpark number? I was looking at these other numbers because.
So this morning it was at 438. I believe it's over 500 right now.
Okay.
So. And as part of the survey, we did ask, at the front of the survey, we asked parents about what they would perceive as far as additional needs for their students. And by far, probably the most predominant piece here is that nearly half of the parents who responded to the survey talked about the importance of in-person peer interactions. They really thought it was important for their students to be able to get back and interact with their peers. That was followed by, again, the need for academic support. And the one thing that I was really pleased in this was looking at how few saw this as saw the additional need for ongoing connectivity support to move forward. So again, this is where we are today. It's a moving target. We're gathering additional information. I'm actually a little shocked that we got this high of a response rate given the awful weather and the electricity being out. And again, during the course of the remainder of the week, we will be engaging a lot of phone banking to gather, again, the targets at least 80% from each school in order to be able to adequately plan to meet students' needs as we move forward. And again, the options that are being considered right now are hybrid or ongoing limited in person or continuing in remote instruction for students.
And how is this, excuse me, will the survey then be open until we reach that 80% rate? And then I'm wondering if the people that are quicker to respond, I'm wondering if, I think you said that those numbers, that curve will move at some point. So once we get those stragglers, I suspect the people that answered right away are people that either love surveys or very anxious to start school. So I was just curious what your thoughts were about that.
So, Director DePass, I'm not going to speculate how folks are going to respond as we move forward on this. I'm going to be really interested in seeing how those numbers move and being able to give a more full report as we hit a more full representation in our sample.
So Dr. Brown, we're hearing just a lot of different things about the survey. If thinking ahead to like the middle or high school survey, what have you learned that you might ask differently, or a nuance that we may have missed, or would you still do the same survey that we've got out there?
So there are some things that I think worked really well. One of which was, this survey allows us, or the way it's constructed, allows us to connect data back to our student information system pretty quickly, and allows us to not ask a whole lot of questions that are sort of redundant, because we already know, the race of the student, we know their special needs status, et cetera. We don't need to ask all those questions. Those were some of the positive things. One of the things I think that we learned in this process is that we probably need to embed more information in the survey. In the prior round, we had sent out some communication to parents ahead of time saying, hey, this is what we're looking at. It was sort of a robust set of materials to let people know. But it wasn't embedded in the survey. And I think what I heard sort of consistently was that it would have been helpful to have some of that information embedded in the survey. And we're certainly looking forward to that. And as we plan for 6-8 and 9-12, we're taking those lessons learned and incorporating them as we move forward. This is a very different way for us to, it's more of a census of our student body. And it is a very different way to approach it. Again, pleased that, from the get-go, we did not plan just to hear via email. We knew that would not reach everybody. That we had, intended to use phone banking as part of the process from the beginning. Those are things I think we'll build upon, but absolutely, I think we're going to embed more information in the survey so that folks have information just in time as they're trying to make decisions. And then there were a couple of mechanical things in the survey which made it a little difficult on the first day for folks to move back and forth in the survey. And we will certainly remove those mechanical barriers as we move forward as well.
We also heard tonight about a translation issue where a parent was taking the Spanish language survey and clicked on a link and only got an English PowerPoint presentation, I think.
Yeah, that one, again, we're very intentional about in making sure the materials are translated. The link to the board presentation, that one I'm going to have to follow up on to see what our options are on that, because that's what folks were being linked out to, and it was as today's presentation, it's in English. So that I think is a challenge that we need to think a little bit about as we move forward. But the majority of those materials that were in that were very, again, intentionally translated. We want things to be accessible. This is something that I take really personally into heart. My wife's a second language learner, and the importance of accessibility of languages is near and dear to me. If there are no other questions at this point, I'd like to transition to Mr. Marshall Haskins, who's going to talk with us a little bit about athletics and some of the opportunities. So next slide, please. And Mr. Haskins. Is Mr. Haskins with us?
does not look like he is in.
I'm missing him. Yeah, he was muted. Now it looks like he's not. Is he back in attendees? It's right there.
I think we lost him in the ether between attendee and panelist. So
Marshall, can you hear us? I don't think your mic, okay. His microphone appears to not be working.
Mr. Haskins, we still can't hear you. Tonight is the night of technical difficulties. We had a hard time starting, and it looks like we're having a hard time hearing Mr. Haskins. Thank you for your patience with us as we figure out these issues. Hello, Mr. Haskins. We still can't hear you, sadly.
Can step in for Marshall to talk about athletics if he can't get his audio right. We'll wait a couple seconds.
I can say in the void that our students are beyond thrilled to be playing this week.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're able to make it work with Mr. Haskins right now. So, Dr. Bird, would you go ahead and
Sure. I could fill in for
what's next?
Marshall. So we're glad to, if you could go to the next slide, please. We're very glad to announce this evening that all comprehensive high schools in OSAA are in now season 1. So in Portland Public Schools, that means we have 4,568 students that are registered across the district. Includes a variety of sports. They're listed there. Football, basketball, soccer, cross country, wrestling, cheer, dance and drill team, softball, baseball, golf, swimming, volleyball, track, polo, water polo, and lacrosse. They're all in outdoor training right now. And on this yesterday, the competitions began, and there are approximately 2,800, almost 2,900 students that are involved in those sports. The seasons 3 and 4 will work out on a limited basis due to facility capacity, because as you can imagine, we have many students participating and there are limited hours in the day that can happen. So we have to put some capacity control limits on there. And then finally, the PIL youth sports programs will begin on March 15th. And now another exciting addition to our limited in-person offerings is our visual and performing arts, and Dr. Sarah Davis is here to talk a little bit about that.
Hi, so working with Mr. Haskins as part of the OSAA initiative, we have been able to clear the hurdles for also allowing extracurricular music activities. And these are in preparation for league competitions. So band, choir, and orchestra, all having outdoor sessions, have the ability to start moving forward. Currently, Lincoln and Franklin are participating, small cohorts of students, about 10 per session. And as our other schools indicate readiness, there is room for additional music programming to start up and come on board.
All right, thank you, Dr. Davis. Go to the next slide.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, why is it just at 2 high schools?
So it is organized by high school as they are ready, and our music directors have interest and capacity to join on and do that. And so it is still voluntary and school by school.
So it's not going to be a whole district.
We cannot.
Expectations.
It will be voluntary by educator. By music directors at each school.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Davis. Also, I want to provide an update on our limited in-person instruction. So we now have 29 schools that are offering limited in-person instruction. And the total, the up to the minute total is 572 students that are now attending LIPI. So the number was updated today. And that represents 45% of those students represent students who identify as Black or Latino, and that's 25.2 percentage points across the district. I will just remind everyone that the number is small, and it's on purpose because it's limited in person, which suggests that it's targeted interventions and supports for students who need that the most. By March 1st, we'll have another update, and we'll have all of our schools operating some version of limited in-person instruction. So the next time we meet, we'll have that number will be bigger, and the number of schools will be district-wide. Next slide, please.
Dr. Bird, real quickly, that's great news about the LIPI expansion on track. Is the response to invitation by race and ethnicity proportional?
That would be a question for Dr. Brown, I believe.
Okay, and I can take that offline.
Okay.
But I would guess other board members would be interested as well.
Sure, we can get you that detailed information. Okay, and I'm really excited tonight to talk to you about our middle and high school plan for hybrid instruction. Go to the next slide, please. We're very excited to announce our plan tonight, and that is to return our middle and high school students to a hybrid instruction for those who choose it in Q4. And starting next week, we'll gather information and input from our families on their preferences for schedules. Tonight, I'm going to go over several different options. All of this, of course, is subject to negotiation with our labor partner, Portland Association of Teachers. And these plans that these schedule options I'm going to show you tonight are going to be a little different from the elementary schedule, and there's lots of reasons for that. But keep in mind as we go through the presentation that we will continue to follow the Ready Schools Safe Learners guidance, and that is how we can provide in-person learning opportunities for PPS students. But there are some constraints that we have to consider for our larger secondary schools. So next slide, please. First, the first thing we have to think about is the student interaction. So students are only supposed to interact with 100 students per week based on the guidance from Ready Schools Safe Learners. So if you think about that, if a student has 4 classes and they have 20 different people in each class across the week, that would be 20 times 4 is 80 if they have 4 classes. So it's 80 students. So they would be safe to be interacting with that number of students. Then you add the teachers in, but it has to be under 100 or lower. So in our larger high schools and middle schools, this creates an issue that we need to create more cohorts so that we can have the limited interactions. Another big difference between elementary and secondary schools is the teacher licensure issue. So in secondary schools, teachers are licensed by content area, whereas in elementary, they're authorized to teach all of the core content areas together. And then, of course, class size. As you know, as students get older, the class sizes are higher in secondary. So that forces also more cohorts to be able to serve the children that want to take advantage of these options. Next slide. So, why are we doing this? One of the reasons we want to do this is we look at data and we see the need to bring children back in school, to offer the opportunity to bring children back in school. This is a look at our attendance rates. The first column is sorted by race and ethnicity. And we have pre-pandemic attendance, which was a snapshot in January of last year. And then you see the attendance year to date for this current school year. And you see some numbers there that concern us. So particularly in our Native American, Latino, Black communities, all of our communities actually, there's some drops in attendance. So we need to re-engage those students and provide opportunities for them to engage in person. And we think that hybrid experience might be an opportunity to engage those students again. Next slide, please.
Just a really quick, so I want to make sure I understand, because the attendance figures are a little surprising to me. Is this a daily attendance or yearly attendance? How does that?
So this is the pre-pandemic attendance was attendance year to date as of January, I think 27th before the pandemic hit. And this current group is by group. It's a combination of Q1 and Q2 attendance. So it's year to date attendance.
So I'm still, maybe I'm a little surprised at the numbers. So does that mean 68.1% of Latino students attended middle or high school pre-pandemic at all?
No, it's a percentage of time that they're attending. So we have chronic, we have different categories of attendance. We have chronic absenteeism, and we have there's levels. So if you're below 90%, it's considered chronic absenteeism. That's not this data. This is the rate of the average attendance rate of students attending, broken down by race.
So that means, okay, so of eligible school days in a year,
yes.
Latino students had attended 68.1 of those, white students 79.3.
And this is grades 6 through, and this is grades 6 through 12, by the way. This is not segregated by middle or high school. This is together, 6 through 12.
Yeah, I will just express, I'm surprised that the numbers were so low pre-pandemic. And of course, the fact that they've gotten even lower is your point, which I appreciate greatly. But this is surprising data for me just in general. Thanks.
Yeah, just to build off on that.
Can I ask what you think about the accuracy of this data? Because, I know a lot of unhappy parents who get those emails or automated calls home about absences when their kids were actually logged in or tried to log in or were late to log in or something like that. I think that happens all the time. So how good do we feel about this data?
So we certainly have had, at the beginning there, we certainly had some hiccups in the attendance taking because of the synchronous and asynchronous issue that we put some systems in place to make that bet to fix those problems. And so we believe that that has adjusted over time and gotten better. We have different systems that teachers can check. So if a student is online and online, they show up for their online class, then they're marked present. If they turn in work during the asynchronous time, that that validates their attendance, but there has to be something to validate their attendance. I would also just add that attendance is one thing, and then we have to look at the level of engagement that students are participating. So if you just log into the system and you're not engaged in, that this is not measuring engagement. This is measuring, did you come to school and did you, and just like we would in brick and mortar, it doesn't measure the level of engagement. So I think that's another point of clarification.
So when I just look at these, I just want to make sure I'm going to build off of Director Scott's questions, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. So for Black students, they attended this school year half the days?
No. So these numbers represent the students who attended 90% of the time or greater. So 50.5, in this case, 50.5% of Black students have 90% or better attendance. The students who attend less than 90% are considered chronic or serious absenteeism. These numbers these numbers represent the students who have 90% or better attendance.
Okay. Because the way that the headline makes creates a different narrative. So I'm going to try and rephrase this. So just using one example. So for Black students, half the students are at less than 90% attendance.
Half the students are attending 90% or better. So that would mean that.
Okay, and so what you would take from this is when in pre-pandemic, white students had their level of attendance has not dropped at all. And what we've seen is with students of color disaggregated, that they all started with lower attendance rates, and it's been exacerbated
Correct.
Throughout the pandemic.
Correct. And in fact, white students, it's actually improved a bit from 79.3 to 79.8, have 90% or better attendance per day.
I think this is super concerning.
Yeah. And I actually sort of bookend with Director Constam, and you mentioned it, Dr. Bird, about the students who, their computer's on, but their picture isn't, and they're really not there. So it looks like they're logged in, but they're not exactly present.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible that this is not a measure, again, of engagement. It's a measure of is there some way that we can measure your attendance, either through live session or through submitting work. Obviously, if they submitted work, they are engaging in they're engaging in the work. Okay, next slide. So tonight we're going to talk to you, as I said at the beginning, the plan is to return all students, middle and high school, as well as K-5, to give them an option to return to hybrid instruction by the beginning of the fourth quarter. And we want to go over today a couple of options. So students will have the ability to remain in remote learning. And we'll talk about how that's going to look in just a moment. Or they'll have an option to participate in hybrid instruction where they'll be assigned to a cohort and they'll attend their classes depending on the model. And I'll show you several different in just a moment. They'll either attend for a couple of days a week or up to a week at a time. When not in person, they would be participating in the live and interactive instruction using a concurrent or simulcast delivery model. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot in the last presentation about what is simulcast. Some people call it concurrent instruction. Some people call it simulcast. There are many different names for it, but we wanted you all to actually see what it looks like. Instead of me explaining it to you, we want you to see it. So this is a short video that's produced by Fairfax County Schools in Virginia, which is in the DC metro area. So we're going to show you the short video so you can see what it actually means by simulcast or concurrent.
A concurrent model is one in which instruction is accessible by students in school and at home at the same time. It's important that both groups of students are part of the classroom experience, regardless of where they are physically.
Look at Moose go.
Here's a class set up for concurrent instruction. Notice how students are wearing masks responsibly and are seated 6 feet apart with a set of individual materials nearby, following the FCPS and CDC approved guidelines for safe social distancing. The teacher is engaging both groups of students with a regular practice that she would use if all students were in school face-to-face. She asks questions to a whole group, then provides time for students to think before asking them to share. She did have to make some changes ahead of time, though. The teacher uses her laptop as part of her facilitation station and projects in the back of the room to show students interacting at home. This large visual cue helps to bring the two groups together and encourages everyone to feel like an active member of the classroom community. This setup is different from a usual classroom setup and took time and resources to prepare. Let's take a closer look at how the teacher intentionally encourages participation from students at home and in person.
From home, let me get Pierre and Evan, and then in the classroom, let me get Audrey and Reed. We need to make 37.
She has made a deliberate choice to invite responses from both groups so that all learners are individually engaged and can hear from their classmates, regardless of their location. This small shift in her facilitation language helps to keep the entire class connected. Let's take a look at similar practices at a high school. The students responsibly wear masks and are seated 6 feet apart, following the FCPS and CDC approved guidelines for safe social distancing. The teacher is engaging both groups of students. He uses technology to make the instruction clear and visible to the students learning at home, while the students in school follow along with his in-person modeling. Teachers are also determining creative ways to check in with students as a large group, in small groups, and one-on-one. Here's an example of a teacher checking in with individual students to monitor progress and give one-on-one support. Notice the masks and plexiglass screen. Look closer at the back of the room. In-school students, who are 6 feet apart, and at-home students are learning through other activities, such as engaging with independent choice boards full of accessible resources about their current unit. These options can be supported through technology or through other materials. Using this kind of workshop model provides the teacher with time to check in and conference, meeting the needs of students individually, while others build new knowledge and apply their learning. While you are seeing a face-to-face meeting here, the teacher can also do this with a student at home in a breakout room. This is one way a teacher can meet the individual and group needs of students during concurrent instruction. The transition to concurrent instruction is a shift from what teachers have been doing for years.
All right. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to see the model in action because there's been lots of discussion about what it is and what it isn't. So that was a pretty example. Of course, that's from a school district that has a little different equipment. We have some different camera equipment that's actually wide angle and allows the teacher to move around a bit more, follows the teacher. And we also have different computers than that school had. So just it's an example. So
what about the safety protocols in the classroom?
We do have
would it be something similar, or? It
would be very similar. We do not have plexiglass shields installed in classrooms. We have them in office spaces where the public comes, but in classrooms it's 6 feet of distance, and hand sanitizer, those kinds of things are in place. So people have asked who else does this, and there's several people. We have some neighbors that do it, as close as Beaverton and Westland, Wilsonville, for secondary schools. And then there are some examples of across the country. Miami-Dade, which is one of the largest school districts in the country. Arlington, which is in the suburbs of Dallas, Texas. And then Fairfax, which is the one you just saw. There are many more. This is a very small sample of the number of districts in the country that are using this model, particularly at the secondary level. Next slide, please. So I want to go through a couple of examples of schedules that
actually, Dr. Bird, could I interrupt for a second? Because unless you want us to hold all questions to the end, I wanted to ask a question about simulcast.
Go ahead.
And what I wanted to just explore just for a couple minutes is what were the alternatives that you and staff considered when sort of addressing this? Because we're getting a lot of questions about simulcast, and I know that as you went through this process, and you've been planning for months, including as early as last August when we were sort of thinking about going back in hybrid and different ways to do that. What are some of the alternatives, and what was some of the rationale in terms of why we ended up with a simulcast versus those other alternatives?
Yeah, I think the biggest constraint really is in the Ready School Safe Learners and the number of student interactions a student can have per week. So that really limits, and especially at the secondary level, that really limits the model, because you can't have, there's only so many cohorts you can have to have a quality experience, and you have to have a way for those students who are at home to participate. And a teacher can't teach, live part of the student, and then the other part of the class members that aren't there. There's not enough hours in the school day to necessarily divide that. In elementary, it's a little different. We do think that some schools, while we think simulcast or concurrent instruction is an option for elementary programs, we do think that some schools in our district will be able to, the demand and the supply of rooms will be enough that they could have the students come that want to come participate in in-person instruction come in the morning, and then the teacher would teach the students who stay at home the same lesson in the afternoon via CDL, just like they're doing right now. But as you move up into the grade levels, when you have a high school with 1,600 kids, it becomes impossible to serve enough students in person to be able to run a schedule and keep kids with the same teacher, keep them in their master schedule. And quite honestly, in secondary schools, the teacher licensure is very prohibitive. I mean, you teach English, you can't then, in elementary, you could, if you wanted to, do some restaffing of schools. That's what some of our neighbor districts are doing. That is also very disruptive. So if we didn't, this model allows us to keep kids with their teachers in elementary school. It allows instruction for dual immersion programs to continue, because if you don't have a balance of students who are native speakers, non-native speakers in a dual immersion class, that creates issues. And so, there are a lot of pros in this. Of course, this is not business as usual. This is not school in a brick and mortar environment where everybody's there and they're not socially distanced. This is different. This is, it's a pandemic, and we have to respond in different ways, and we have to make sure safety protocols are in place. So I think, there were several factors that led us to this. And, and as I said at the beginning, this is just a few examples of schools that are doing it across the country. in secondary schools, this is very consistent.
Yeah, so that's that's really helpful, and I think delineating that really clearly. I don't know if we have that in an FAQ yet on our website, but delineating that really clearly, because as you've talked about some of the logistics issues, but also keeping kids with teachers, the teacher licensure, et cetera. I mean, one of the alternatives we hear is, well, wait, why don't we have teachers who are just going to teach the CDL? Well, somebody else teaches in person, and again, as I recall, I mean, one that would involve hiring.
Right.
Potentially hundreds of new teachers, which I think would be impossible. But it also would have meant breaking that relationship between kids and their teachers. And so, I in my mind, as I'm getting some of these emails and hearing from parents who are frustrated, I also think, well, had we gone down a route like that and said, if you chose either in person or at home, you would have had to switch teachers. I could imagine we would have had very significant, concern, over that as well. So none of these options are perfect. There are drawbacks to each of them, but I think delineating sort of the rationale why we really think this was the best of not, not great options because we're in a pandemic. So no option is great, but we are making the best of it, I think is really helpful. So thanks.
Thank you.
So just a second follow-up, since Director Mayhew and Mr. Scott, the question, because he asked about dual immersion, what about special education and English language learners?
Yeah, so we can provide services for those children in this hybrid model. Those are definitely, it's definitely a reason, another group of students who we need to get back into school so that we can meet their needs better. And it's limited amount of time that we're going to be able to see students because we need to cohort them and allow different groups to come in. But this does allow a return to school. And quite frankly, we have students in, if you're a first grader this year, you missed the last quarter of your kindergarten year, and you missed all, you didn't miss, you had an alternative setting for the last quarter of your kindergarten year. You've had an alternative year for this year. And so we need to get those students back to in-person instruction so that we can assess their, where their opportunities are for growth, and to, plan for next year. And this will give us an opportunity. And again, it's a family's choice whether they wish to participate in this program or not. Yeah. Next slide, please. So I want to show you two different schedule options that we'll be seeking input from our families on. And as always, we'll continue to collaborate with our union about this. We have shown these middle school models to the PAT bargaining team. But this option, next slide, would allow for students to participate in a rotation by day. So most of our middle schools will have to be divided into 3 cohorts because of the number of students that exist. This gives you a 3-week look at a student schedule. So students would attend, the groups would attend 4 days, Monday through Thursday, and Friday would be some time for teacher planning, some independent work for students, and some touch points for teachers and students. But a good chunk of that day would be dedicated to teacher preparation. So if you're in Group A in this instance, on week 1, you would go to school Monday and Thursday. Week 2, you'll go to school on Wednesday, and week 3, you'll go to school on Wednesday. So it depends on how many groups, how many days a week you go. So it's 1 or 2 days. The advantage of this schedule is that middle school students, whether they're attending 1 or 2 days, will be going through their full schedule. So you will see all your teachers the days that you're on campus, and the students that are not in school. So in this example, if you're in Group A on Monday, you'll be in school. Groups B and C will be participating in instruction through the simulcast concurrent instruction model. That's one option. Next slide. We have another option that allows for more continuous days of instruction. So you would be able to participate in a week of instruction. So next slide. So this is what that looks like. Week 1, Group A would come to school. You would come every day. You would come Monday through Thursday, and you would run your full schedule. You'll see all your teachers while you're in school. Then your classmates in groups B and C will be participating in simulcast concurrent instruction. And then week 2, group B will come in, and the other 2 groups will participate. So it goes like that. So we want to ask our families and parents, what is their value? Is it better for your child to go every day for 4 days, or is it better to rotate? So we want to gather some data on that as we continue to collaborate with our teachers union on different models. That is the middle school. So next slide.
Dr. Bird, do you mind just going back to that previous slide for 1 second, please?
No problem at all. The one before?
Yeah.
Okay. This one?
So what happened to
You muted yourself, Amy.
what happened to 3 days 1 week, 2 days the next week, 2 cohorts?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for bringing that up. We do have some smaller schools that could do this in 2 cohorts, and they would just have group A and group B. But most of our middle school programs would do a 3 cohort model, but the students in the K-8 schools, those middle school programs are smaller, and they would likely be able to do this in 2 groups, group A and group B. And just as a reminder, if you as a family opt to remain in remote learning, you would still participate in the schedule. So you would participate in simulcast learning, but you would do that with your every day as your classes are in school.
So Dr. Bird, would the K-8s then have a bifurcated schedule, one for K-5 and one for 6-8?
Yes, they do right now. All the 6-8 students follow the middle school schedule right now.
Okay.
And so yeah, we would continue that process. Okay.
And I'm sorry, one more question. How does this amount of teacher planning time compare to what is currently allotted in the contract?
Yep. So while they would have, if you're a teacher in middle school, you would have your prep period every day as you do, because the students are following their schedule. So if your prep period is second period, you would have that every day. And then on Friday, if that was the day where students were doing asynchronous work, we're working on what that schedule would look like for teacher planning and preparation while students are doing independent work, but also that is an opportunity for teachers to be able to check in with students who are perhaps not participating in the hybrid option. So that would be like we have now office hours for students, that we would still want to build in some time for that as well. So we're working out the teacher schedule, and that is of course subject to bargaining. So we're still working on the plans for the number of minutes that teachers would have. But for middle school, for sure, you're going to have your prep period every day, just like you would as if you were in brick and mortar.
So that could be that on Friday could be devoted for student contact for students that need extra help.
It could be some office hour time, or there's different options for that. Some small group for students who are not able to come or just need additional help. Yeah. Okay, we can go to I think we can advance a couple of slides there. One more. And one more again. All right, so that's middle school. Now I want you to shift gears. So we're going to talk about high school, which is a little different and a little more complex. So leave the middle school world and let's go to the high school. So we want to offer also 2 different schedule options for our high school students. We have also 2 different schedules running in our high schools. We have some schools that are running what's called a 4x4 schedule, which you'll see what that looks like in just a minute. And then we have 2 of our schools that participate in the IB program that are running an 8-period schedule. So we'll show you how that would look. Again, students in high school who choose to remain in remote learning will certainly have that opportunity, and they will participate through concurrent or simulcast instruction. Next slide. First schedule I want to talk to you about is, and I'm showing you a 4x4 schedule because it's much more visually understandable for this purpose of this presentation, but I'll talk about the 8-period as well. So I wanted to introduce you to 3 students that we know, Jacob, Maya, and Dante. So they are in cohorts. Maya is in cohort A, Jacob is in cohort B, and Dante is in cohort C. Now, if you see at the top of their schedule, on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday, they're going to be coming to school, and you see that on Monday, they're going to be focused on first period which is English. Tuesday, they're going to be in their math class, geometry. Wednesday will be, I'll talk about Wednesday separately. Thursday will be in person for Spanish class, and then Friday would be their 4th period U.S. history class. So let's look at Maya's schedule. Maya's in cohort A. She is elected to come in person, and she's going to, from 9 to 10:30, she's going to be in class with her English teacher on Monday. And while she's in class, Jacob and Dante are going to be at home, and they're going to be doing some independent work for this period, for period 1 English. So maybe they're going to be reading something in preparation for class. Maybe they're going to be working on homework from the night before. They're going to be doing some preparation for independent work that's going to be for English class. At 11 o'clock, Maya's going to go home. Jacob is going to come to school. And so then Jacob will be live instruction with his English teacher, and Maya and Dante will be doing their independent work at home. At 12:30, Jacob goes home. Maya's already at home, and everybody has their grab and go lunch. And then it's time at 1:15 for Dante to come to school, and he will participate in his English class while Maya and Jacob work on their work for English at home. When that's done, we will have 30 minutes of time to work on 3rd period. On Monday, it'll be 3rd period, which would be Spanish. So that will be asynchronous work that they'll be doing 3rd period. This is very similar to the schedule that high school students experience now. They basically work with 2 classes a day. So this keeps that, that rhythm intact, 2 classes a day. So Monday, all 3 students, regardless of their cohort, are going to work on English, and period 3, which in this case is Spanish. And then it goes through the week. On Wednesday is very similar to what students are experiencing right now. They would have some synchronous or asynchronous instruction in the morning. They'll have office hours and a chance to work with teachers. So this would be for students who didn't opt into a cohort, would have a chance to work with teachers. They'll still have their lunchtime, and they'll have, this would be their schedule. Now, why is it 3 cohorts? Well, if you think of Grant, for example, there are 1,700 students at that school. So depending on the number of students that opt into this program, we may need to divide the cohorts into more than 2 for sure. And so we have to account for that. There may also be students that are not in these cohorts, and they're at home in remote learning, and they're participating though. They're following the same schedule. So the benefit of this offering is that you see in a week's period of time, you see all of your teachers one time. So you get to see on the 4x4 schedule. If you are attending Lincoln or Cleveland, those are schools on 8-period schedules. Those students would see the first week, they would see their first 4 periods, and week 2, they would see periods 5 through 8. So it would take 2 weeks to get through all of your classes. And that is because of the constraints of the schedule, the 100 limit. If you have 8 periods to get through, you cannot possibly do that with less than 100 students in 1 week's time. So it takes more time. I want to show you this option B. We're going to keep our same friends with us. There we go. So we still have Maya, Jacob, and Dante. And this is going to be another option that we want to get feedback on. But students will be assigned to a cohort, and they would attend for 2 classes a day. So if you go to the next slide. Again, this is a 4x4 because it is much more visually easy to understand. And I know that is also a little challenging on these. There's a lot of information on this slide.
I was going to say, this is easier to understand. We're in trouble.
You should see the 8-period one. Okay, so we have our same students. We have Maya, Jacob, and Dante, but you see we only have 2 cohorts here. So Dante, in this case, is, we're going to talk about what he's going to do in just a minute, but this is because we want to offer 2 periods a day. And we only have so many hours in the day to offer those classes. And we need to arrange how kids are going to come into class in different ways. So we're going to take Maya, for example. So let me go over the schedule first. So Monday, if you're in the A cohort, which is Maya, you would come to periods 1 and 2. And if you're in the B cohort, you would go to periods 1 and 2 also you would go to periods 3 and 4 live. And then this can be subject to change. This could be, the schools could do this differently, but this is how this particular school is doing. So let's look at Maya again. So Maya is going to come in person. She's going to be in English class in person. Cohort B, which is Jacob's group, he's going to be doing his work at home, independent work. And then Maya is going to go to, at 10:10, she's going to go to her geometry class. And then Cohort B is going to remain at home. Maya's going to get her lunch and she's going to go home. And then Jacob's going to come. Now, what about Dante? Well, Dante is going to stay home sometimes and he's going to come to school. All these students are going to stay home sometimes, they're going to come to school sometimes. So let's say that Maya is really struggling in English. So her teacher is going to prioritize, Maya needs some extra help and I need to see her in person. I need to see Maya in class. Jacob, on the other hand, he has an A and he can operate very efficiently in a remote learning setting. So he's going to come in, he'll have the opportunity to come in, but we're going to prioritize the most high need learners in this model because we have the option of simulcast and concurrent learning. This allows us to have some kids learning at home and bring kids in. So the value here is, do you want to have one class and see all your teachers in 1 week, or do you want to have 2 classes in person? And there's a trade-off. If we choose to go with a model with 2 classes in person, that means that we're going to have a little differentiation in who gets to come and when, because of space considerations, and also because of the number of students you would interact with in a weekly period. This will be the same thing for an 8-period schedule, except it would also take you 2 weeks to get through your classes. Wednesday, again, on this schedule is the same as students are used to now. They'll have some synchronous instruction and then also office hours and time to work with their teachers. So I think, it's just a matter of your preference. Do you want 1 class in person or 2 classes in person, but understanding what the trade-off for that is. Even if you select, even if this is the model, for example, that, is most popular and it's the model that we negotiate with our labor partners, it doesn't mean that you're going to come to every class every day. You might be in and out of the group depending upon the needs of the students.
But Dr. Bird, you're saying something really important here, but I'm not 100% sure I'm following it. I think I get the first schedule. You would come to 1 class a day, and for you'd hit all 4 of your classes every week. In this schedule, just making sure I'm understanding it, you would come for 2 classes a day, but because of that, we might have to limit the number of students who are coming to class. So it's possible in this option, Schedule B, that we, the district, would have to tell some students who want to be in school, you can't come because of the cohort limits that the state has put in place under this schedule. Is that right?
That's correct. So we wouldn't tell them, I don't think we would tell them you can't come. I think we would be strategic in what they came to. So, if you're a foreign language student in Spanish class and you are, you really need to be in person to thrive in that, then that might be the class that you come to. And so maybe you come on the day that Spanish and U.S. history. So there'll be some work to differentiate who comes when, but the trade-off is you get to come to 2 classes instead of 1 class. So it's just another option. But yeah, it does mean that it's possible, depending on the number of students that opt into this, that not everybody that wants to come will be able to come every day for every class. That is the case.
I have a question about that as well. So what do we do with the students who want to come, but they're not prioritized as needing more in-person instruction?
So they will participate in simulcast or concurrent instruction, but they will be able to, we will allow them to come. I'm not saying they can never come, but they might not come every Monday for English. Maybe the teacher has to further divide the class and she has 2 groups. So you're going to come in group A and you're going to come next week in group B, so that they can come, but they can't. They might not be able to come every single time that it's offered.
So would each cohort then have, like, I went to a school in Washington D.C. and there was an A class and a B class, which was very inequitable. I was in the A class. But it was, the classes were different for those students.
Yeah. This would not present that problem.
And so I'm just curious if each cohort will have higher need students that are, academically have higher academic needs or need more instruction. are those students, will those students be prioritized? And then what do we do with everyone else?
So, I mean, yes, we would prioritize.
So, I mean, so each cohort would have like an A and a B,
Yeah,
a
because
higher need and a average need or whatever.
well, and you want to mix. You want to mix ability levels in classes anyway. So you don't want to. You wouldn't necessarily have a class with all students that struggle with the same thing. You would want to mix. You want mixed ability groups in classes, but yeah. So it's not a matter of having the the superhero reading group and the buzzers. That's not what that's not what this is. It's not differentiating that way. It's allowing students the opportunity to come at some point. It just depends on the numbers. I just think we have to be clear about that. If we go with 2 classes a day, there are additional limitations that are placed on this due to the 100 student interaction per week. And that is something that's not negotiable. That's not a choice that the district can just choose not to follow. We have to
It
follow.
is negotiable, but not just by us.
Well, not by me. Yeah, not by us. Right. So that's why it creates that difference. Okay.
So, Dr. Bird.
Yes.
So just, and I'm sure you're thinking about this, but I think it might need to be voiced because you talked about, well, so-and-so is an A student, so they might not need to come in as much. There's also the social emotional aspect.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that I'm assuming that will be part of the decision.
Certainly under consideration as a factor. And also, I do want to point out that we have many high school students that are involved in athletics. Not everybody's an athlete, but we're looking also to expand our visual and performing arts activities for students. So yes, we will look at a combination of factors as we look at these different options. So the next steps would be that we will be sending out a learning preference form and to our middle school community and also to our high school community to understand which of these resonates with the group. Again, we are continuing to negotiate and collaborate with PAT, so we'll be continuing to talk with them and look for ways to refine these models. But we do want to understand from our communities what is important to you. Is it one day or is it one period? Is it 2 periods? And understanding the limitations of both of those models.
I got to say, I appreciate the thinking that's gone on in these models. Trying to explain this in a survey in a way that students and parents can sort through without really knowing the reality, it is going to be a challenge.
Right.
And at some point, I wonder if it's just make a decision and do it. I don't know that I would find it hard to anticipate which would be better for my student, or if I was a student, which would be better, because I don't know the reality and how it would actually feel.
So can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Okay, you can hear me. My audio has been out for a while. So you've walked me through this and I'm still struggling to understand how this is going to actually play out. So you've got Schedule A and Schedule B. Schedule A, okay, I think I can wrap my head around that. Schedule B, this thing. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that Schedule B is significantly more complicated for everyone.
Sure. The more periods you add to in-person instruction in the secondary school, the more complex it becomes because you're depending upon the number of students who want to participate.
Okay, so what's not clear to me is, given the increased level of complexity here, what would the advantage be to the Schedule B, especially given that you would probably have to impose some limitations on how many students could actually participate in this at any one time? So I'm struggling to understand what the advantage is.
Well, the advantage would be that students get to see their teachers 2 times a week instead of 1 time a week. Because as you work your way through the week, if you're on a 4x4 schedule, you're going to go to all your classes 2 times instead of 1 time. So it's more teacher-student interaction in person. understanding that there are some limits to that, but it's still it's a greater opportunity for that interaction, particularly for the students that need it most. I think you know, we would have to prioritize in a high school setting. You know, we're talking about students that are if we're talking about students that are credit deficient and in need of credit to to move towards graduation, there's an advantage to bringing those students in more frequently than just one time for one period a week. You know, so I think any model that we have, again, is not regular school where we can welcome 16 or 1700 kids back in the building, but we want to do what we can. We want to provide people with different models so they can understand, quite frankly, what the limitations are and what the give and takes are for each model. So, you know, that is part, and we'll socialize this in different ways. You know, you're right. It's not easy to explain unless you are used to looking at these kinds of documents. But you know, we will socialize it in different graphic ways so that people can understand it, and also, you know, there's different ways we can communicate this information. But I do think it's important. I think one of the lessons that we learned from the K-5 survey is that we do need to show people there's different ways to do this, but there are limited ways to do this. And in this secondary model, it really does rely upon the simulcast or concurrent teaching model, which you all saw an example of earlier, and for the reasons I've explained earlier. But it is not a you know, you think of even a middle school, 750, 800 kids, that is a challenge. Just getting kids in school. So we have to divide the cohorts in a way that makes sense to get students in the building and out of the building, and high touch surfaces clean. So there are many complex factors in reopening a school. But we think it's very important that our children have an opportunity to get back into a school if they want to before the school year ends. And that is so that's why we believe it is worth you know, these complex models and presenting these different options to people to understand what the community values. And you know, we don't want to just present people with just one.
So just so I understand, so there'll be a similar survey that goes out to high school families like we've had, I mean, you know, a census type survey.
Sure.
And there'd be some sort of description, you know, would you want to go back to be in person, you know, 1 or 2 classes a day and the rest of the day? I mean, is that how you describe it?
Yeah, I think we would describe it in different ways. I think we would do some graphic representation of this. I think we would do some, so, you know, there's different ways that we can show this. But I think, yes, we're going to say there are limits. I think we need to point out what the limitations of each model are. So in the first model, in Schedule A, it's that you're going to go to your classes one time a week, but you have 3 cohorts. So, you know, we think we can accommodate most students that way. In this Schedule B, it's 2 cohorts. You go to more classes, but there are some limitations with space that we have to work with. So we would show both of those options. And I do want to be clear that we're not saying sign up for which one. We're asking which one resonates with you. We will then evaluate the data and see what we can accomplish. Just like we're doing with the K-5, we are collecting data from parents. We're actually working on this right now. Schools that have high participation rates, we're actually going through an exercise where we're cohorting them in groups to see how that would work, how that would actually look with the space that we have available, and how we can assign those students. So we'll have more data on that at the end of this week. And so we will go through the same exercise with our high school students.
So right, and Director Brim-Edwards, and I think Sean articulated that well. And I think once we do get that data back and we actually do know who's going to be actually physically coming back into buildings, you know, then we'll be able to actually make the appropriate pivot to be able to match, you know, with the appropriate space in the buildings, because there are a lot of logistics that have to go into it. But we also have to know the number of bodies that are actually physically coming back. And these are the 2 models that we are absolutely presenting and we're absolutely ready to move into. Again, I think you broke it down easy. When we look at these schedules, it is very difficult to kind of break down. But how you look at it, though, is Schedule 1, you have 1 longer class period. Schedule 2, you have 2 shorter class periods. And it all really depends on the amount of students that are opting to come back in. And then we're able then to be able to, then we're able to actually provide more definition to what that looks like in the campus space, to your earlier question. But I also want to reiterate, I think that the big highlight from this is that, you know, we do have a 6-12 plan. And we have a plan for getting our children back in K-12, and I think that's the part that's most exciting. But as Dr. Bird did state, the high school schedule is a lot more highly complex, and there are a lot more limitations. So we want to make sure that we're getting the most accurate data back in terms of how many students we're going to have, and because we have our principals that are readily available right now to help us start to define what that looks like, so we can have the appropriate schedule in place ready to go.
And this is all based on the cohort size not changing, as if that's static.
Correct.
And that's the real limit.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a clarifying on that? And I know there's a simple answer to this question, but I don't know what it is. If a high school student has 4 classes and 25 students per class, why can that high school student not attend 4 periods a day, 4 days a week?
Because they would have 25 students. If just assume those are all unique students, so that's 100 plus 4 teachers. It's 104. That puts them over the limit of 100. And if one of those classes happens to be banned, he might have 75 students or 65 students in his class. So that would automatically put a wrench into that plan.
And it's almost unfathomable to think about each individual student's schedule with varying class sizes and varying numbers of students that are going to opt into in-person learning.
That's right. And most of our high schools have more than 25 students in a class. So that's why I have to limit the size and break them up into different cohorts.
I think Deputy Superintendent Cuellar, I think you buried the lead there. You're right that, you guys have worked incredibly hard to figure out a way to get our high school students back in the building, because we know they're suffering and we know they need it. And we know there are many, many, many districts that are doing it safely. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, because I think it's fair to say that given our current state constraints, it's practically impossible. You found a very narrow window here, but it's practically impossible given those current constraints. So I think we need to renew our conversation at the statewide level about what do we need to do to create an environment where we can get our high school students back to school safely, where where we can modify these constraints a bit. And I don't know, Superintendent Guerrero, I know you're in those conversations on several times a week with our state leaders. And I don't know if you're seeing, I don't know if that's an active conversation or if you're seeing much flexibility or willingness to engage now that it's not hypothetical anymore, now that people like Dr. Bird are really trying to figure out how to make it work. Is there any movement there?
Well, I think what you're seeing or observing across the state is districts, contending with many of the same constraints you just listed. A key one is, there are still mandatory guidelines for districts to observe, and the social distancing and the cohorting are 2 critical ones. So what happens is you see examples like you're seeing described tonight, where you're taking your student body and you're chopping it into various cohorts, and you can model out different schedules. Do you want one longer class? Do you want a couple shorter classes? Do you want to sprinkle in some other activities? But they're all different ways of slicing up the student body so that they're not coming into contact beyond that cohort limitation. And so that's the jigsaw puzzle here is, what's your preference for doing that? And I think that's what you see with high schools around the state, or various forms of a similar schedule.
So I want to say, yeah, this is great. This is incredibly creative work, trying to work with what we have within those constraints, and I truly appreciate that. I'm stuck thinking as a parent between A and B.
Mm-hmm.
A gives me certainty.
Yep.
B might be better system-wide because the students with greater needs are going to get more attention. And I think perversely, if my student has greater needs, I'm going to vote for B. If my student has less needs, according to how you explain it, I'm going with A. And I don't think that's the choice we want to put out there.
And regardless of which model we chose, there is an opportunity for students to get on Wednesdays, when the day that is not live instruction, there would be opportunities for students to meet with teachers for office hours. So it's not and there will be some students who choose to remain in distance learning, and that's why the element of simulcast or concurrent instruction is so important in this, because as you saw in that video, the teachers are including the entire class in the instruction. So yeah, that's the difference here. But I think the plan here is to offer hybrid instruction for all middle school and high school students beginning in the fourth quarter. And we're going to get some feedback now about different schedule models, and then come back and we'll have some data to discuss.
But as you've explained it, and maybe I've misunderstood it, if I have a student who's relatively successful, I'm going for A, because in B, there's the chance that I will get less in-person time.
That is possible in a large school, depending on how many students choose to come back. Yeah, that is possible.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're never going to get to come back.
No. I understand that, but
but yes, in Schedule A, yes, you would be able to come because there's 3 cohorts. That allows you some more flexibility. The more cohorts you add, the more flexibility you add, but the less in person.
That sets up an incentive for working against the greater good. So I would ask that you take a step back and say, do we really want people to vote on this? Or do you want to figure out which one is going to be the greater good for students as a whole going forward? And think of it in those terms.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the question and the concerns from directors. I think what I don't want to have get lost here is that as a school district, we are looking to open up our middle schools and our high schools with a hybrid plan in April, if not sooner. What you're hearing here is some of the operational complexity in doing that. And I think we would agree that the goal and the objective here is to maximize in-person instruction for as many students as possible as soon as we can. And we hope that we can arrive at some of those agreements. And these will continue to iterate, but you're seeing in concept what those can look like. And we'll continue working at them. And it's helpful to hear some of your feedback here tonight. At the same time, there are increasing opportunities for students to have on-campus activities, including athletics and visual and performing arts. You heard, I think Marshall Haskins is back on the line if we want to teleport him. And if I want to give him his moment, to share anything, because I know he's excited to have our student athletes back. Marshall, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, success.
Yes, okay, great. Sorry about that. First, I just want to say that today is a very proud moment for me to know that Madison will be renamed Leos V. McDaniel. Mr. McDaniel actually hired me back in a long time ago. I'm not going to tell you when, as a varsity basketball coach and an integration specialist. And I was young and inexperienced, and he gave me a chance. And I think just proud to say that I know him, and that my girlfriend's mother went to high school with him at Lincoln, and spoke volumes of him when I was hired, just how great of a person he was then. And pre-Brown versus Education, he was at Lincoln High School. So you can just think how difficult that had to have been for him. And not only he excelled there, but he was a great principal. Everyone at Madison loved him. And I think everyone at Madison that was there as a student and or a staff during the time I was there they're all very proud to say that they'll be able to drive down 82nd and say that's at McDaniels High School now. So I'll just start with that. I'm just really excited about that. As it relates to athletics, Sean, thank you for stepping in and doing the slide. I couldn't figure out the audio, but I wanted to be able to just say thank you to Sean and Guadalupe and Brenda and Luis for supporting us and being able to offer the opportunity for kids to have social emotional learning and contact with a positive adult and be out being active starting in October all the way until February 21st. A lot of districts didn't do that. I'm very happy to say that ours did. We demonstrated that we can do the protocols that were established, and I think that they have gone a long way towards helping us figure out how to do LIPI, because we've had the experience of doing that this whole time. The other thing is, in order to have athletics, we had to do what's called an opt-in form, which we actually had LIPI as part of athletics as well. So we actually did that this week. So we're excited to make sure that all of our kids for contact sports, football, dance, cheer, you had to do some additional things in order to qualify for that. And so we've been able to meet those guidelines as well. But I just wanted to answer any questions you guys might have around athletics.
Does the cross-country season come first and then track?
So the season right now is fall. It's actually going to be fall sports. So we have soccer, girls and boys, men and women soccer. We have football, we have volleyball, and we have cross country. We're excited. I was out today, and in a normal year, we probably have, I don't know, 50 kids on football per team. And in COVID, we were thinking we were going to get around 25 or 30 just because some parents not wanting them out. Really excited. I think our low number was 38 and our high number was like 65. And so that's pretty darn good for the first day of fall sports for football. We'll have our first day of volleyball tomorrow, and we think the numbers will be high because we've been, getting the word out and that. For soccer, we're trying to figure out how not to turn kids away. We have 22 kids on the team most of the time. At some schools, we have 80, 90 kids trying out. So we're trying to add additional teams to be able to provide as many kids an opportunity as possible.
So I thought it was interesting. One of the things tonight, as I was doing some research about Principal McDaniels, is that he's in the PIL Hall of Fame, and he's in it for really being supportive of athletics as a way to develop students. And so it's great to see this presentation tonight, because one of the things I'm interested in knowing is we saw earlier some participation rates and attendance from our students, and I'm wondering if the students who have the opportunity to participate in athletics are also more active in schools, and whether that's something when we start the youth sports program that will be another way to connect students to their school community in addition, and sort of bring them back into that school community if they become disengaged.
Well, to participate in athletics, they have to be online every day and connected. So we take attendance every day. So on one hand, this is a guaranteed attendance improver. And for any demographic, I mean, you have to be there. And if you're not, I mean, we're checking it every day. And if you're not, there's some coach calling, asking where you are and what's the excuse you have for not being there. So I think that'll help just by by being out there with athletics. Middle school, it's going to be a taller task because the kids, we have to do some more special things to get them there and to eliminate some barriers to participate. But once they're out there, we'll be doing the same attendance and great requirements.
I'm really glad to see this as a complement to the in-person instruction and the engagement that students currently have, because I do think it's a motivator for many students to stay engaged in their school community.
Hey, Mr. Haskins, I don't want you to have to go through sport by sport, but can you give a general sense of how OSAA has modified rules around competition? How similar or different do actual games look from normal?
Well, I think the game itself will be the game itself. I think that the only thing that'll be noticeable will be the camaraderie type of activities, like the high fives, the fist bumps, the volleyball. We all get together and clap once we do a good play. We're all in there in the huddle together. Those kind of things will be different. On the sideline, there's a requirement that everyone is 6 feet apart. And then, of course, everyone has to wear a mask the entire time. And we've had, like during our open season 1, where we just had kids being active, cross-country runners were like, we're not going to wear masks. And we literally showed them Galen Rupp, was a Portland native and an Olympian, running with his mask on to help them understand you can still run with your mask on. So those would be the major parts. I think the transportation to and from games will look a little different, because before we could pack, 60 people on the 60-pack bus. We can't do that anymore. So we'll be shuttling more kids to get to places. There's also a constraint of 75 people on campus at one time for some events. So we're having to modify how we offer that event. But in essence, the games will still be the games. Oh, I'll say one other thing. One other part. Obviously, there are some additional constraints around how we enter, how we exit. When people come on campus, what are the protocols that we go through? The rapid COVID screening. We've done temperature checking. We do contract tracing. All that will be pre-game stuff. But the game itself will be the same.
So Marshall, thanks for the added testimonial tonight on Mr. McDaniels, but I appreciate that you could speak further to athletics. And I think why it warrants a little attention is because we know that our student athletes have higher attendance rate regardless of demographic. And we're clarifying the slide heading because I know we had a little bit of an unclear conversation earlier, and we don't want our community to sort of not read that correctly. And so there is a connection, not just with how on track our high school athletes remain, but also their attendance is greater. And as you heard Marshall say, they have to be engaged in order to remain eligible.
And I'd add also, the academic standards didn't change because we're in COVID. So kids are still going to have to be on track to graduate or have a plan to get back immediately on track. I literally today, athletic directors pulled seniors in that were struggling and walked through plans to help them get back to eligibility and back on track to graduate this year as seniors. So.
One of my good friends shared a picture of her daughter and another friend with their masks on at Cleveland Field, coming off a soccer practice, and she titled it "Friday Night Lights Finally." And just sort of, you could tell by the body language that the girls were just thrilled to be able to be back. So thank you so much for making that happen. I know it's a key component for life.
One other thing I would add is the other thing that's a little different is we've had to, because of lack of capacity of facility and meeting the constraints that have been issued by OHA, we've had to alter our schedules. So we don't have, like, football won't be on Friday nights. Actually, soccer will be Friday night soccer now. They will have Friday nights, literally. Football would be on Saturdays. It'll be, instead of at a single site, at multiple sites, it'll be a single or double site. So we can literally manage the COVID. And since there are no spectators allowed currently, it allows us to actually have a better experience for some kids. So we're excited that soccer would finally get to be Friday Night Light soccer. So, thank you.
Deputy Cuellar, does that conclude the information sharing or update this evening for our board?
That does, Superintendent Cordero, and thank you, school board, for engaging us in this very robust dialogue and conversation, and also for providing us very important feedback too as we continue the work moving forward. Again, I just want to reiterate, what has been shared is this is an exciting time, that we are getting all of our students, K-12, back into school in a hybrid model as we start to enter into the fourth quarter, and that is exciting. So more to come, and we're excited to continue the conversation. Thank you.
So I just want to acknowledge that we're all hearing a lot of questions and feedback and input on topics related to air filtration, our plans for purifying sort of the learning environment. And so either those mitigation efforts are already in place or are going to continue to be in place. And Chief Young could certainly expand on all of that, and we'll make that information public. We know there are concerns from our educators. I don't blame them on sort of how do I balance students that are at home and in class. A lot of those questions depend on who elects to come into in-person, because if the numbers at a particular grade level are sufficient, then maybe everybody's learning in person. They're just coming in the morning or they're coming in the afternoon. And so you have less of a need to implement those concurrent or simulcast options, or at a school level, you might split up your faculty. The trade-off being that you might not be learning from the teacher you've been having, but you'll still be learning from another second grade teacher at the same school. So there are creative solutions here. The goal is to get open, and we just have to keep working at what's most efficient. We don't want to make this more difficult on our educators, and we're going to count on their partnership as we work through solutions for moving forward. So hopefully we'll be coming to you soon with clarity on all of that.
So I'd like to ask one last question, if I may. Because we only have this opportunity every 2 weeks. So I appreciate we've made a tremendous amount of progress in terms of the logistics of getting our kids back to hybrid learning. And I understand that that's the next step, but as you just said, Superintendent, it also comes with a new set of challenges. But the next question, which we haven't addressed, at the risks, Deputy Superintendent Cuellar and Dr. Bird, of making your heads explode, is what are the considerations about getting especially our littlest kids back into full-time school? Because we see many of our partner districts all over the country that have their March 1 is in fact the common day that they're getting all their K-5 kids back in full-time school. So I don't want to leave this conversation without knowing our current thinking and planning around how that could be possible before the end of this year.
I would love to see nothing more than a rolling return of our youngest students back in schools, but I don't want to get ahead of the team here. Dr. Bird or Dr. Cuellar or Sharon Reese, if you want to chime in on that question.
I don't think Sharon's in there. So yes, we're continuing to, we're in active negotiations with our labor partners. And if it's possible that we can have the smallest kids come in sort of on a rolling basis earlier, then we would do that. But our latest target is the beginning of the fourth quarter. If we can do it earlier, that would be great. But that's where we are right now.
But beginning of the fourth quarter is just for hybrid, correct?
Correct.
So any current conversations around, or we have to go through hybrid first? And
well, I mean, I think it also depends on the continued health metrics. If the cases continue to fall at a rate that they're falling, then that's a different conversation once the metrics reach a different level. But at the current metrics that we have, we're planning for hybrid instruction.
Director Constant, we have a fundamental issue regarding space and social distancing. And in order to be able to open up our, we don't have spaces in our schools that accommodate the social distancing.
Sorry, one more question. It's just when we talked about talking it over with our educational partners, PAT is always mentioned. I haven't heard much in recent weeks about our other employee groups and how discussions are going with them.
Dr. Bailey, we can I can follow up with some information regarding impact bargaining with the other groups.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reese. I'm going to go ahead and have us take a 5-minute break before we come back and hear from Nathaniel. Nathaniel, are you still doing the survey? It was on one agenda and not on the other. Okay, so we'll come back at 10:10 to hear from Nathaniel about his survey, and then we have some other items for us as well. Thank you, everyone, and so appreciate the incredible amount of difficult staff work that this has taken to begin to get us back to, as Director Comstan wants, and I think all of us do, full I almost called you Superintendent Shu. Again. Yeah. So maybe one day. Student Representative Shu, would you like to proceed with this next agenda item?
I would, thank you. Now I'm gonna try and share my screen. Give me a minute. Well, now I can't hit the play button. Let's try that again. Well, now I can't share my screen. Okay,
right,
so
we'll let you figure out your technical difficulty. Roseanne just texted me that since our meeting was supposed to end at 10 something and we still have a lingering question from Director Constam for a staff person, we'd like to let Marina go home at a decent hour since it looks like we'll probably be here at least another hour. So Director Constam, are you there? Okay, I don't think Amy is back from break yet. Okay, Nathaniel, go ahead.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Amy, okay, go. So if you could ask your question so we can let Marina go home and then we'll
Yes.
Representative
Thank
Shu's
you very
report.
much.
He's working on his tech stuff with Roseanne. Okay, does that work for everyone?
Yeah, Ailey
I've
had
got
a
it ready
question
to go
too,
now.
so Brenda can go.
Okay, so we'll do Amy's question and then Julia's question and then Nathaniel. Thanks everyone for being flexible.
Great. Thank you. Are you there, Marina and Dan? I don't see. Oh, I see you, Dan, on the screen. There, I see you, Marina. Thank you very much. Sorry that it's so late. So I do have questions about this $3.5 million temporary investment at Marshall for Benson CTE uses. And my first question is this just for construction, or does some of that cost include FF&E that has a lasting value and will then be moved to Benson?
Dan, would you like me to go ahead and respond?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Marina.
All right. Thank you. This is actually for the construction contract. So this is just for the construction itself. And while we talk about it as temporary, the building, of course, is not temporary. So that will be a permanent asset for PPS.
So what will the long-term use of that building be on the Marshall campus, this $3.5 million building?
I think that is still being determined. There will certainly be lots of opportunities to utilize that space. We've had a lot of discussions about what that could be, but of course, any use of that space is 3 years out. So still some time to figure it out.
Okay, and then I was curious about the value engineering process that went on since I think the original estimate for this, and I think the budget, in fact, for this as a temporary use was about $2.5 million, and now we have more than 3.5 million. So how did we get here?
I'm actually not sure where the 2.5 million number you've got is coming
2
from.
million was what it was originally quoted at.
The swing site space in the original master plan approval was budgeted for 5.5 million. At some point, the decision was made. That was when it was anticipated that we were going to phase construction on site at Benson, and swing site spaces would actually be on the campus. When the decision was made to swing Benson students to Marshall and Kenton, the budget for those swing spaces was actually significant more. So the budget that we presented at that time was 14 million for swing site spaces. We're currently significantly below that amount. That 14 million was construction cost only. We're looking at roughly 7.5 at this point. So we're significantly below what we anticipated it was going to be back in 2019. And, of course, we continue to, keep an eye on the costs and value engineer for the things that are not under contract. This contract in particular, the procurement came in roughly 2 million under what we were anticipating it was going to be. So the pricing was extremely competitive.
Okay, from your 5 responsive bids, was this a low bid contract?
It was.
And okay. What was my other question? So how were these budgets then for accommodation for swing sites determined? Because we've had situations with other high schools where they have had needs that have been denied for budgetary reasons. For example, with Lincoln Athletics and not meeting ed specs, and they had proposed an investment which would have had long-term value for the district, and it was rejected out of their plan. And here it was just allowed to balloon. How are those scenarios not comparable?
I think what you're talking about with Lincoln was related to the plan that was proposed for West Sylvan for baseball and softball. Baseball and softball were not actually going to be displaced by the construction at Lincoln. So they were not swing site uses.
Yeah, it wasn't just baseball and softball, but the whole bill. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but it was actually for the to build out a turf field there and provide alternate athletic space during construction that would have had a long-term value for a school that is not meeting ed specs on athletics. I'm just curious about the process. How do we determine the budgets for these temporary investments? Because that's a lot of money.
Those budgets are determined during the master planning process, and they're brought forward to the board as part of the master plan approval. So the budget that was determined for Lincoln was reviewed and approved by the board as part of the master plan approval for Lincoln, including the scope that was associated with it, as were the budgets for Benson.
Okay, so the total temporary investments that we're making for Benson swing sites, you said is 14. So it's 3.5 for this CTE facility at Marshall, and then the rest for Kenton I'm sorry, it was originally 14. You said now it's 7 total?
We're currently looking at roughly 7.5 for hard costs for swing sites. Now, of course, some of those are actual construction contracts in hand, like the one you have before you. Some of those are construction that is partially complete, and there's more to continue. And then we have a small portion for Kenton that has not yet been procured. So it's an estimate.
Okay, I appreciate you staying and answering these questions. Superintendent, I hope your team is thinking about lots of creative and fabulous ways that we're going to be able to use this deluxe facility that we're building for 3 years as a swing site. We can hopefully do some cool stuff there in perpetuity.
Well, like Marina shared, we'll have some time to figure out what that could be. And of course, we're always looking for a little real estate to host no shortage of programming. So we'll see what emerges.
But shop for all those industrial arts for all those middle school students that now they're going to be out in outer Southeast.
Director Gunstam, would you be ready to bring that item back to the consent agenda for next time?
I think their advance authorization request says that they need it to be approved tonight. Otherwise, it's going to affect their construction schedule.
Okay, so we'll need to bring that forward at the end of the meeting. Okay, great. Did you get all of that questions you answered to make an informed vote on that matter tonight?
I did. Thanks for asking.
Great. Director Brim-Edwards, thank you, Marina, for sticking around, and thank you, Dan. Director Brim-Edwards, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, and I apologize. I should have brought this up during the consent agenda, and I was going to do it at the end of the meeting, but this is so Brenda can go as well. We had a MESD contract, not the contract, but their menu of services. And it was about this time last year when they brought their menu to us to be approved. And we also at the same time were having a conversation about some of the high schools without health centers. And there had been a conversation that staff would talk with MESD about potentially changing the menu so that those high schools that don't have access to a on-site health center, that we may be able to get some instead of enhanced services or telehealth. for those students. And I think right before or right after that meeting happened, COVID hit, and that sort of we're entered into a different state. So I just wanted to ask Ms. Martinek this evening if you could just share sort of where we are or what the path forward is for that conversation, knowing that we had just a year in which there were other higher priorities.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Good evening, board, superintendent, student representative Shu. Last year, about this time, we did meet with a number of different health providers to look at how we were going to implement school-based health centers, specifically at Grant and Lincoln, but that wasn't the end of our scope. It really was to see how we could start to provide health centers in all of our schools, because there are a few schools that we don't have specifically county sponsored health centers. And so what we wanted to do was to really start to look at telehealth. At that point in time, it was years down the road. And then basically about 10 days later, COVID hit and we closed down schools, and we were in the land of COVID for the past year now. Since that time, telehealth has zoomed through years and years within a matter of months. And now we are at a place where we will be able to explore that option and provide some school-based health centers. Last week and this week, I have had conversations with Kaiser and with our county, and also with Multnomah ESD, in how we can start to look at telehealth for our high schools and for students, and maybe even staff, to be a little bit more creative. And so I believe I have a meeting set up with Kaiser, I think it's next week or the week after, and then the county and school-based, with the school-based health centers, and also with Multnomah ESD, we are gonna meet and start planning for how we're going to, in addition to reopen schools and our symptom spaces and bring our kids back in, how we're gonna support their preventative health needs. And so we will be doing that, and hopefully within the next couple of months, we'll have a plan moving forward.
Great, thank you so much. Look, be really interested in what comes out of those conversations, just in terms of filling the gaps for those students that don't have access to it.
Yes.
So I'm curious, is there any data on students using virtual health services?
There is some county data in regards to that. We're not collecting that data currently, so I can certainly get that information for you if that's something that would be you'd be interested in.
If it's there and available, great, but if it's not, no worries.
Okay.
I just want to, if we're offering a model, I would want it to be a model that has been shown to have, actually work with kids, with our students.
Yeah, in the meeting with Kaiser and also with the county, they have said that telehealth is really the way to go, and that they have had just huge success, specifically around access. We don't have to worry about transportation or childcare issues or location issues. So it's really, it's the way to go. We worked with our partners also this year in regards to teletherapy for mental health and counseling services, and it has been extremely successful. So we're really looking forward to that wave of the future.
That's what I like to hear. That's great. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's really fantastic news, and the ability to move that forward amidst all the other things is great, and taking advantage that the change to telehealth has been, as you mentioned, very swift. Very small issue, but one just to note, I months and months ago, someone brought to my attention that our Chromebooks don't allow our students, because of the restrictions we put on them, naturally don't allow some of our students to access counseling and other mental health services. I don't know, that might have been addressed. This was a long time ago, but that's something to look into in terms of whether our technology, with the very reasonable restrictions we put on it, whether there might be a way to also allow our students to use our technology to access either mental health or physical health telehealth services. But thank you for moving this forward. It's great.
Of course.
All right, thank you all so much. All right, Student Representative Shu, now we get to turn to you for the presentation with your new information.
All right, thank you. This should work this time. All right, you should just be seeing this slide. Is that right? Guys?
Yep, we
yes, we can see the slide.
All right, excellent. When I initially presented the results of our student survey on reopening on the 26th of January, I noted that I would provide an update once there was sufficient data to do so. I'm happy to report that we have now received a significant increase in responses, almost exclusively from several previously underrepresented schools. As such, and as the survey had been open for over a month, it has now been closed for what we expect to be the final time. Thus, the responses I will be presenting tonight constitute the survey's final results. In large part, this data provides additional support for what I reported previously, although there are some minor differences. I would encourage any members of the public watching tonight to review my original presentation if they have not done so already, as this is an update and I will not be covering all I did originally. For your information, it starts at approximately 5 hours and 40 minutes into the YouTube recording. Since reopening this survey after it was first closed for data processing, we have received over 2,000 additional responses, bringing the total number up to 3,274, over 25% of the district's high school population, or 6.6% of our total student population. In particular, we now have high response rates from 8 schools: Grant at 61.8% of its student body, Cleveland at 38%, Benson at 33.6%, Jefferson at 24.7%, Franklin at 16.4%, Lincoln at 22.7%, Roosevelt at 18.2%, and MLC at 42.4%. We also received a moderate number of responses out of McDaniel, Ida B. Wells, and Fabian Middle School, with 4.6%, 4%, and 2.6% respectively. A number of other schools are also represented. Responses from 7 teachers or staff, 3 DSC members, and 2 apparent trolls are excluded from these figures. And here's the updated visual breakdown of where our responses came from. This time, we now have a far wider range of schools represented, although there are still some schools that are underrepresented or overrepresented. Approximately a third came from Grant, a fifth from Cleveland, a 10th from Lincoln, Benson, and Franklin each, a 20th from Roosevelt and Jefferson each, and a 20th from the remaining schools. I'll point out that when I first presented, Cleveland comprised just under half of all our responses, while it is now clearly in the minority, and Grant comprised only 3%, from which it has increased 11-fold. Overall, our final results differed very little from our initial results. As was the case originally, respondents report having a moderately worse time with distance learning, would like to get back to in-person school, but are somewhat more wary of a hypothetical PPS plan to get us there in the next month or two. It also remains the case that there is much division and disagreement in those who responded. However, there are some minor differences worth noting. In general, there has been a slight increase in those reporting positive experiences with distance learning, with those answering between a 6 and a 10 on question 1, which, if you'll remember, reads compared to in-person school, how has your experience with distance learning been? Increasing from 26.8% to 29.5%. For question 2, which is how much do you want to get back to in-person school? Those were expressing a desire not to return by answering between a 1 and a 5, increased from 29.6% to 31%. No significant variation in the responses to question 3. Without knowing more, how enthusiastic would you be about a PPS plan that would fully or partially reopen schools in around a month or 2, assume it would be compliant with public health guidelines, was present. In addition, the overall standard deviations decreased ever so slightly, while remaining rather high and increasing between questions 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. And that concludes my update for the time being. I'll point out that while we don't yet have an analysis of the qualitative responses at this time, they are available in their entirety to board and SLT members on that Google sheet I shared with you, which now totals over 50,000 words. Do any board members have questions or comments?
Just thank you for keeping the survey open and getting a whole lot more responses. Well done.
I'm curious, when you saw the 2 possible schedules tonight, what were your thoughts about that? Or what do you think questions that students would have?
Well, I mean, I obviously didn't read all of the qualitative responses. I haven't even read most of them. But of those I did read, I didn't really see any concern about the particular scheduling of the of hybrid learning or in person, whatever form that may take. I mean, from the concerns I saw, the data team saw, foremost among them is clearly the health risks. And if I wonder if there are any, if those 2 plans present the same level of risk. I imagine since there are variations, they probably don't. I'd be interested in hearing more about that. That's what comes to mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Are there any further questions before we move on to our next item?
I just want to say that it's really amazing that you've done this, Nathaniel. It's so fascinating, and it's incredible the number of respondents you have. So is this posted?
It should be. Is it publicly available on Board Books?
Let's, I haven't looked right now, but let's make sure it is, and at the very least email it to us so we can look at it again. But it's incredible what you did. Thank you so much. It's so good to see.
It is posted.
Great.
Great, thank you so much. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item, staffing?
Yes, thank you. And actually, it's fitting that we had a good conversation yesterday in work session about our continued district priorities and how we want to weigh those with the capacity of not just time and effort of staff, but also in resources that each of those efforts requires. So in most school districts, as you know, even with a pandemic, the operations of the system have to continue. And so no different from any other annual process, budget development has been something also occurring simultaneously, which for us tends to start right after the winter break. We start pulling together, in this case, a strategic budget team, which included a cross-section of folks, including a lot of representative school principals and administrators who helped inform that process. And the board also approved a budget calendar, as it does annually, and holding ourselves sort of accountable to making sure that you have a formal budget proposal and a budget message coming your way. But what we know is that districts have to make preliminary staffing allocations to schools, because if you don't, then school leaders can't begin to plan accordingly for the coming school year. They have to begin to make decisions about staffing, how they'll arrange their faculty, what resources they'll have to work with for commitments and instructional priorities on their side. And human capital is the single largest investment that a school district makes. So while you will transparently see all of that data and how it's distributed, that staffing across the school system, school by school, that usually will come later in our published budget book. We've tried to be transparent about where all that FTE or full-time equivalent gets distributed. So we did want to, given some requests, provide the board with sort of a preview of how those staffing allocations have played out across the school district, because it's information we just shared with our school principals, and they're starting to have all the conversations, many of them sensitive, that they need to have in their school buildings. So for us, fitting to the conversation last night, ensuring that we're focusing our resources towards, yes, our reopening of schools, but at a critical time when stability in the school district is going to be really important. You're going to hear from staff present how there's been an emphasis this time around in our budget development process to try to maintain that staffing stability at the school level. And given the predicament we're in and the kind of learning acceleration that our students are going to require, you'll also hear a theme of in resources being set aside to make sure that extended learning opportunities and other direct services to students are there. So you're going to hear some of that. You're going to hear a lot more of it in much more detail in the weeks and the months to come as the formal budget gets prepared, but you'll start to get a little bit of an idea of what's to come. So I'll stop there and turn it over to the team who's going to give you sort of some of the allocation rules and logic that went into the staffing allocations to schools. So, and I think we have our chief of schools and our deputy superintendent, Claire Hertz. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
So good evening once again. Just want to give you a briefing. Superintendent just shared with you. You can go to the next slide. That we have proposed a school staffing model for the next school year that is rooted in the district vision, theory of action, and racial equity and social justice lens. We also want to share that we have some targeted investments to aid us in our learning acceleration plan for next year. So we're going to be talking about some of those tonight, as well as our school staffing allocations. And this presentation was shared with our principals last week, and it was available today for them to share with their staff members in their staff meetings. Next slide, please.
So along with this comes our budget process timeline. And so we are waiting on our state economic forecast tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. I'll be ready to go. And we, with that forecast, helps determine what the funding level could be. We were waiting for our co-chairs budget. It's still, we don't have a specific date it's being released yet. But we hope late February or early March. We are also finalizing our, moving out to May, that we would want to finalize our budget in late May based on what we would get in terms of funding, final funding level from the legislature. And then also that we would come back and PPS after the final funding levels were determined, both at the state level and the federal level, that we would make adjustments to that proposed budget. Next slide, please. So some things to think about. We are using one-time funds to get through this next year, thanks to the federal stimulus funding for the first two rounds, and the third round is still something that we'll be watching carefully at the federal level to see when that's approved. And then also the board has given us permission to spend 2% of our general fund balance. And so other things that are unknown right now is we're waiting on the co-chairs, we're waiting on the legislature and the advocacy to see if we're increased from the governor's funding level. And then also that last piece that I would share is on the actual enrollment. Right now we have made an assumption on revenue that's more conservative than on the staffing side. And we'll tell you a little bit more of that about that on the next slide, please. And so our staffing formulas are staying level for general ed, special ed, the student investment account, ESL staffing, and is also rolling forward from this year. Our enrollment support schools as students will be returning from trauma and learning loss from the pandemic. So we know that we want to minimize the movement of staff as much as possible. Depending on where the children come back, we may have to, we are trying to avoid moving staff around, not knowing exactly where and when students will return, especially at our kindergarten, first grade levels. We lost significant, like a 3% overall loss in enrollment this year due to the pandemic. So we are keeping staffing levels at a pre-pandemic level in terms of enrollment with the, that it comes to a cost of $3.7 million in the budget and to maintain that staffing in schools. Now I will say that if a school has a fifth grade like a K-5 school is moving a larger class size into sixth grade to the next school level, that they could see, overall lower enrollment. It's just that we're not taking out the enrollment loss due to the pandemic. So wanting to just making sure that we are focused on our alignment to our vision, our theory of action, and our racial equity, social justice lens, and that we are also able to maintain our Title I per pupil rates based on the the funding continuing at the state level. So with that, going to the next slide and turning it back to Sean. Dr. Bird.
All right, thank you, Claire. So we also, I talked at the beginning of some plans that we have for to learning acceleration. As we know, students have been out of. Oh yeah. So we have different options. We have summer programming that we're talking about. We have credit recovery for our high school students. We have targeted academic enrichment, which will go into next year. So these are not just summer programming. This is summer and then into next year, including wraparound services and professional learning. So for wraparound services, we're looking at increasing our contracts with some of our culturally specific partners that are doing some work with our families now. So that would continue into the next school year. We want to look at multiple ways for our high school students to have opportunities for credit recovery. So not just a traditional summer school, but also perhaps some options in the next school year by expanding the virtual scholars programs to across the city. And I also want to point out that we're getting some one-time money, as you know, from federal stimulus, but we don't want to use one-time money to hire staff. So we're looking at ways that we can use one-time monies that for one-time things and avoid having to hire staff that we may have to lay off later for economic uncertainty. So we're getting feedback on these plans from our principals right now and other professionals, and we will continue to refine them and have more details coming soon. Next slide, please. We also are pleased to continue our improvements to our arts pathways. As you know, that's been a goal for the last several years. So this is just as a reminder to make sure that K through 12, there's a pathway for students that have a desire to participate in arts programs, and it's in accordance with our Master Arts Educational Plan. So this year, we're pleased to add 5 additional FTE to title schools serving K-5 and schools impacted by the Kellogg opening. And this will assist in closing these pathways in the Cleveland, Franklin, and Madison clusters. So far, over the last several years, Jefferson and Roosevelt have received this assistance, and there have been, this is just a new investment, or continued investment rather, in closing the arts pathways. Next slide, please. Also, regarding the arts investment. That's not just general fund money, that's also using our SIE dollars. So it's to ensure sustainability over time. We're using different funding streams. And then we mentioned earlier that we had a process. Superintendent mentioned the district staffing team made up of a group of principals and other school staff and district staff. Their top recommendation was to add student-facing support. So we're adding 21.5 FTE equivalent in order to provide student-facing support for intervention for math or literacy. Last year, we added some of these positions to our CSI schools. Now we'll be increasing that FTE and also adding to our Title and TSI schools that are served K through 8. So they will be adding a 1.0 FTE for those student-facing instructional specialists, and we'll also be adding for Alliance High School, which is also a CSI school. In addition, across the system, we'll add 6 FTE for social workers, and that'll be to serve TSI middle schools and K-8s. As you know, we have last year, or this current year, we added counselors and social workers. This is continuing that effort. It's also really addressed specifically at the targeted learning acceleration plans that we have. And then finally, I mentioned that we have credit recovery teachers. So we want to add 6 FTE across the system for these credit recovery teachers to create some hubs for some programs that already exist and expand in our MPG program for the Evening Scholars program, which fills up almost immediately each year. So this will create some more capacity in there. And we know that we have students that who need to make up credit either from last year or from this current year. And students who got a no grade or incomplete, they will need to be served through multiple ways. So we don't just want to do summer school, we want to be able to provide that service throughout the next school year as well. Next slide, please. So the equity FTE, the formula will remain at 8%. And just as a reminder, you receive this money based upon a formula of your combined historically underserved, and then the percentage of direct certification of those students who participate in the free and reduced lunch program through direct certification. So the formula will stay at 8%, but more schools are not eligible for equity FTE. So some schools schools will lose they'll have a slight adjustment to the equity FTE as more schools have come into the eligibility formula for this. So, but as the superintendent mentioned, or Claire mentioned, our Title I allocation is at the higher rate. So some schools they may lose some equity money, but then there's also if they have more students that qualify for Title I, that will be additional dollars. So there's some give and take in that. Next slide. I think that might be the last slide.
And that is the last slide.
That's the last slide. We'll take your question.
I just had a question on the slide that talked about Kellogg. I'm wondering, is that a reference to the under-enrolled K-5s that will remain, and then the under-enrolled K-8s that have another year before Harrison Park opens? Is that what you meant by the Kellogg?
Yeah, because of school reconfiguration, we'll need to still staff to provide those programs, those art programs for schools in that area.
I guess not quite sure that's the question I was answering. So we still have these under-enrolled K-8s in that area. I mean, Kellogg theoretically is going to be full and not going to be under-enrolled. But we still will have under-enrolled K-8s that remain, and
K-5s, you mean, right? K-5s.
Well, we have some.
We have some Ks converting to K-5s that will be small.
Okay, so the ones that are under-enrolled that we're told, hey, you're not going to go this year, it's going to be next year, but in the meantime, you'll get additional staff, that they have gotten staff in past years. I'm just curious, is that what you meant by that slide that mentioned Kellogg, or is it something else?
I'm not sure which slide it was.
It's the arts. It's the arts investment in the arts pathways.
The arts pathways is not due to the enrollment balancing work.
Okay, So I guess then my question is the remaining under-enrolled K5s and any under-enrolled K8s that we have, is that addressed in?
So we have set aside FTE for the K5s in the Kellogg feeder pattern area because there haven't been adjustments to those enrollments to ensure that they have the same electives that they had prior to, or the specials that they had prior to converting from a K8 to a K5. That's what we told the community, and yes, that's included in the budget.
I'd like all the student staff, the student supports that are going to be contemplated for this next year to help our students re-enter hopefully a normal school year and build on the work that happened this year.
So, yeah, I mean, it's great to see all the extra support that's being proposed. It looked like a lot of it was one-time money.
That's correct.
Okay,
So right now it's in one-time money based on federal stimulus dollars. And our hopes are that with additional funding, if there's an increase at the in the co-chair's budget and the final legislative budget, that we would be able to fund them more permanently. But right now they're funded with one-time only funding.
Okay, well, I was just felt that push and pull of we don't want to hire staff with one-time money, and we're hiring staff with one-time money. So I was trying to get those two.
I agree with that statement, Scott.
Okay. Still working through that. Okay, good. Thank you.
So I also heard some feedback today about cuts in physical education. And I'm curious about the staffing that went out to schools. Was it still with it? There's a base level of art, music, PE for the elementary and middle schools?
So the allocation model hasn't changed. What may have changed is if there are fewer classrooms in the school, then there's fewer special sections needed for that school.
So maybe not a change in the formula, but a change in a school.
Based on enrollment change due to fewer students in the school, not due to COVID, but for other reasons.
Thank you.
I hope we're not burying the lead here, directors. What you didn't hear is widespread reductions across all kinds of program areas. It would be easy to say we're down 3.5% students. So therefore, if you don't have the head count, principals, but we've not done that. We've said to our principals, we do expect to see many of them returning, whether parents choose to redshirt their kindergartners or they show up as first graders. We do expect them to re-enroll. And so what we don't want to do, and we want to minimize, is a lot of disruption with staffing, with staff movement in October after the 10-day count. And so this was sort of the number one ask that I think our principals really appreciated hearing a few days ago, is that they could plan accordingly, that they could plan with sort of a stable faculty, even if it's at the 1920 level. And so there's a small calculated risk there, but the benefits, we believe, sort of outweigh with our families and our students, sort of having the consistency of the teachers that they've known in their buildings. And then the other categories were really sort of the high priority that, middle school principals and high school principals felt were really key, enhance the social work capacity in middle schools and invest those one-time temporary monies in learning acceleration, credit recovery, and credit earning opportunities. So you're going to be hearing as the budget develops and gets you get the narrative in the coming weeks, sort of describing what those plans are and how we're investing in them. But this evening was really sort of meant to sort of, give you a preview of sort of how staffing allocations went out to schools. of course, our school principals still have decisions to make at the school site. So, you know, you may see a reduction or an increase plus or minus in any given school, and those are decisions that happen at the site-based level, depending on their needs and their school improvement plans. So, if you're hearing any of that, it's not because we're letting go a whole widespread group of employees. We'll have to have another conversation in the fall to see where things land. And next budget season, depending where the overall revenue forecast goes, could be a very different situation. What we're trying to do is sort of preserve enough resources to make progress in some of the district initiatives that we talked about last night, while also sort of taking care of stability and some learning acceleration and intervention for our students as they start to come back, and for a 5th quarter of extended learning this summer.
I want to thank staff for presenting this tonight, because I think it's a very important message to our community as people are looking at next fall, but we're both considering the spring, but also next fall and what they can expect. And I think stability and supports are going to be super important to our families and be the thing that brings people back and accelerates and supports our students. So thanks to the staff for bringing this early in the cycle.
And also to your point, Superintendent, it is remarkable that we are not sitting here talking about dramatic cuts. And I'm also just so grateful for all the work that went in pre-pandemic around our priorities for the student investment account, because we've been able to preserve those same priorities, especially for our social emotional supports. It's really remarkable. And I'm really grateful for how you threaded this needle as well as the last needle. So thank you.
Well, the team keeps getting creative and somehow we keep pulling it off. And I think what you will see in spring is with the fuller funding of student investment account, we just went right back to the list. We did a lot of important engagement work. And so sort of the menu of sort of desired investments, you know, we're going to be revisiting that.
So partly what I'm going through tonight is part of my brain is still back to a pretty gloomy session we had about cutting 6 million and looking at some multiple year on average cuts. And then I'm trying to square this, which didn't really have dollars attached to it, but had adding a lot of positions.
We'll have more for you as we get further along in the budget process.
Yeah. But that's, you know, when I talked to people in the intervening weeks, it was like, yowzers, and we're in this $6 million cut. And now this is quite a different picture, and I'm glad it's a different picture. So again, as in our role as ambassadors to the public, it'd be great to update that narrative going forward.
So I just want to say that we have made it through in this cycle because of the federal stimulus and the fund balance use. And so what we're hopeful for is that the enrollment returns and there's you know, solid recovery from the recession, and that the next year the biennium is solid, because then this is a bridge year, right? And then we can get back on track. But it's just no, the economic forecast will certainly give us a picture tomorrow about how we're doing on that. So
and also I'd love a color-coded map to show the investments in our arts plan for the last couple of years and how those gaps are being filled, and that robust system that we all want, those steps being taken, because that's such a great thing.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think you heard last spring around the State of the Arts springtime, sort of a presentation by Kristen Brayson around those arts pathways and where we focused this year in filling in some of those gaps, particularly in the Jefferson Roosevelt cluster. So you saw the 5, that's closing a bunch of other holes in other clusters. And we wanted to make sure that our principals knew that they would be getting that increment so they could start to integrate those specials, those additional opportunities for kids that haven't had those. So when we'll work with board leadership around when it makes sense to agendize a latest update for visual performing arts, because I know they would be anxious to share with you how those pathways continue to be incrementally closed up.
So we can summarize this meeting, Superintendent, as we have financial stability without widespread budget or staffing cuts, and we have a plan to open K through 12 in hybrid in the fourth quarter.
And we renamed a high school after an awesome Black Portlander.
And we're having substantial investments in supports to help our kids make up the lost ground from this past year.
And our student representative did an unprecedented survey of our students on the most important issue of the day, which we otherwise wouldn't have had, with some great staff support.
And he's about to turn 18.
Yeah, while we're still on this meeting.
Yeah, and we're only an hour behind schedule.
Well, and our classified staff are awesome.
And our
Just gotta do everything on the agenda.
And it's all a work in progress and all getting better every day.
Yes. All right. Is there anything else?
And our superintendent's in Portland.
Our superintendent is in Portland, and our superintendent is working really hard. All right. Is there any
I do
other
want to make a
item?
note. If he has been noted in 2 places on the same day, that is how you get to be a saint in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. You're a miracle of appearance there, Superintendent. Are there any other business items at this time before we adjourn?
Also, Director Lowry rocks as a chair. So
Some
I
days.
think we need to vote on the remaining items from the business agenda.
We have
Yeah,
the contract to vote on.
1 hour behind schedule. I don't know how that's doing for my record here. All right. Anything else before we say goodnight to one another?
We need, Chair Larry, we need to vote on the Cedar Mill construction contract that was pulled from the business agenda.
Totally forgot that. The other thing I would like to remind the board of is that we do have agenda setting tomorrow at 11 a.m. So if you have items for agenda setting, please email those to Vice Chair Bailey, myself, or to, so we have ready to discuss at the agenda setting meeting. Okay, so we now need to vote on the Cedar Mill item that was pulled from the consent agenda, and then questions were asked about it.
So moved.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, Director Bailey.
Aye.
All right, Director Bailey moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of the Cedar Mill contract. Is there any board discussion? All right, the board will now vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All
Yes.
opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The Cedar Mill contract is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
All right. Liz, is there anything else we need to do tonight?
I think you've done it.
Great.
Can I ask-
I
can I
accidentally
ask
put
what
my screen with everyone there for a second. That would have been fun. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know the staffing presentation wasn't posted before the meeting. If it hasn't been posted, can we make sure? Thank you, Roseanne. It's just, I think it's a great story that we should be sharing, so thanks.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, PPS staff have an incredible capacity for finding the way through in all of this happened and working together to make a pathway that serves our students incredibly well. So I'm excited for the additional resources, for the summer programming, for what's happening with sports, for the work that's happening to bring it about, and the continued work with our union to move us forward as we, all of our unions to move us forward in collaboration with our staff to reopen for students. So thank you all for a great night, lots of good things, long night. Anything else before I officially adjourn us?
Yeah, Director DePass, last comment just gave me a little bit of an epiphany. I don't think I've ever shared with directors I have 7 older stepbrothers and sisters, and if I was standing next to a couple of my just a year or 2 older stepbrothers, you might mistake us. So that might explain the sightings in Southern and Northern California.
So you're not in line for statement.
Good night.
I'm going to adjourn this meeting because y'all are getting silly. So the next regular meeting of the board will be held on March 9th. Meeting is officially adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.